Good morning, everybody. Welcome. My name is John Hamry, and I've been looking forward to this for months, and so grateful that we have this opportunity. I want to say thank you to the Japan Foundation for helping us make it possible. Very sincere thanks to the Japanese Embassy for their work and for the American Embassy that have contributed so much to help us make this possible. This is going to be a really fun day, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity. We've got remarkable people here. The old guard is with us, and I'm so glad. I said to Randy Shriver, he's not part of the old guard. You know, he doesn't look that old, but he's part of the old guard. But we're really lucky, of course, to have Rich Armitage and Joe Nye, the two kind of these lions that for 25 years have been championing a closer relationship. I think the secret partner in all of that was Ambassador Kato Ryuzo. He was just behind the scenes all the time, you know, helping to shape and guide things. And so grateful. And Yachi-san, who's been such a good friend and an architect of the new structure in Japan. It's just remarkable. And we have a chance to celebrate that today. You know, in our personal lives, in our private lives, there are very important events that we commemorate sometimes in very special ways, whether a baptism or a marriage or a funeral, you know. And these are called rite de passage, rites of passage. And a rite of passage is really not about the person that you celebrate, it's about the community that is making the celebration. And it's that point when we pause, we come together, we think about what's important to us. We celebrate what's really important, the values that we cherish. And those events are where you commit yourself to those values. And that's really what we're doing here today. We are celebrating a history, but it's really to remind ourselves of who are we? What are we? And what's important to us? What's important to us in the future? That's the purpose of our conversation today, and we have the very best people to help us do that. I do want to say a special thank you to Chris Johnstone. Chris, he abandoned the fight on the field at CSIS and decamped, you know, but he stayed on to help us with this thing, and I'm so grateful, Chris, for your leadership in making it possible. I want to say a sincere thank you to you. It's my pleasure to introduce Rahm Emanuel. He doesn't need really a formal introduction, obviously, because everybody here knows him. You know, there are very, very few American political leaders that have had his breadth of experience. I mean, he was in the Congress. He was a very senior official in the executive branch in the White House. He was a mayor of one of the most important cities in the country. And then all of a sudden they said he was going to be the ambassador to Japan. And we're all, huh? You know, it's a total surprise. And I will say he has done a remarkably good job. He's brought energy and conviction and just dynamism to the embassy. And so this is a wonderful way to start this conference, because we're not starting it with the past, we're starting it with the future. With your warm applause, would you please welcome Ambassador Rahm Emanuel.
Thank you, John. I think some people are still saying, huh? So I'm going to be real quick, and I know we got time then we're going to do Q&A. Whereas Henry Kissinger used to say, does anybody have any questions for my answers? And we can kind of go from, it was a joke, you guys got to loosen up at 8:30 on that. So let me, you know, I know you would find this hard to believe, but during the Senate confirmation, I said that the next 3 years will determine the foundation for the next 30 years. I thought it was a really good soundbite. That's all I thought it was, and pithy. I didn't intend it to be prescient, and then all of a sudden, I think actually that turned out to be that way. And I think what I wanted to say here about kind of the last 3 years is more as kind of a projection into the future rather than, I'm not one for kind of, I know you find this, I'm not one for resting on laurels or anything like that. And I really do think this is foundational to what we want to see. And I kind of see it as a period of time where the alliance went so focused on internal to actually focused on projecting into the region. And now there's a lot more people that have forgotten what I've learned in just 3 years, but I would say it was also fortuitous. You had a president and an administration very interested in putting some roots down. You had a country ready to poise and take a different position, which is Japan. And for the first time in the relationship, if you look after the last 30 years in the rearview mirror, you didn't really have anything that was kind of sand in the gear. In the past, we had trade issues or economic issues. We had constitutional or defense issues or whatever. There wasn't a position that you could say that was going to stop us, trip us up, or prevent us from going. So both countries were poised, both countries were ready to do something, make fundamental changes in the direction. This is not to go through the list, everybody knows it. What I think, you know, and I say this to be more conversational, but Japan has touched 5 separate things that were on the books for 70 years. It'd be like for us in America, doing 5 different Social Security changes. And they did it without any political rancor or blowback, from going from 1% to 2% in defense spending, acquiring counterstrike capability, rewriting the national security documents that look unbelievably complementary to our areas, lifting the cap on being able to export defense equipment and building a defense industry domestically that goes beyond the Japanese market, and then obviously stabilizing the the Japan-Korea relationship within the trilat effort in that area. And then we were able to start doing things. I will tell you, when I first got there and I started to understand our defense structure, you looked at our posture, and I said, well, that's the dumbest thing I ever seen. If you were starting with a blank yellow plaid, you would not design what we had. And yet, for a whole host of political reasons, nobody's ever took it on for the last 60 years. And the new command and control structure that Secretary Austin announced at the 2+2 is a fundamental change to also 60 years of policy that we've had. And I think it will, and both countries, our command and control, Japan's new joint operations center, both being stood up simultaneously, will have a synergy that you could not do if they were being done in different areas. Now, looking forward, we talked about this last night slightly. Japan, and I use this anecdotally, but it tells a bigger story. When we were getting ready for the March vote in the UN condemning Russia, I'm going to be absolutely honest, we were not really counting on the ASEAN countries, etc. Japan, Foreign Minister Hayashi, the team at MOFA, got on the phone, produced 8 out of 10. 4 of the countries co-sponsored the resolution, countries that we were surprised at. And that told you an anecdotal evidence that Japan was actually approaching the world, the region differently, and showing leadership that was much different. And we actually, as the United States, have to get and understand and start to appreciate that we always wanted something in Japan, but we actually have to live it, because sometimes we want a more assertive Japan, we push Japan, etc., and then we actually aren't ready to adopt that type of role. And we have to be not only welcoming to it, because they, and I get back to this, and this may be the political person in me, you know, when you look at the ASEAN countries and you look at the polling, most popular country, head and shoulders, is Japan. Huge political benefit to the United States and for the alliance and what we want to see done in a way that we don't need to take the lead. Japan taking the lead can get us farther down the field with a lot of individual countries, because of their 70 years of diplomacy and development in that region is a huge political benefit to the alliance and what we're trying to see done. I want to close on this because I think we've done certain things, and this comes back to my mayor background. I would just say, while we talk about security, we talk about diplomacy, we talk about the region, I actually think one of the highlights of at least something as a former mayor trying to put is the people-to-people contacts. we have established close to over $400 million of joint research projects. University of Chicago, Tokyo U, now Seoul National Joint, we raised $150 million for quantum computing research, 100 from IBM, 50 from Google. There's Carnegie Mellon and KO on AI. There's University of Washington in Seattle and Scuba University as well. Both of those are $55 to $60 million. There's also Purdue-led on education and training among 10 universities. On top of that, that's going to be for engineering in the semiconductor space. That is a huge, huge benefit to the Alliance, the people-to-people piece. I would add, and I'm trying to be quick for conversational, what we're doing on space together. And then also naming the new Mineta Scholarship that will have high school students go spend a year living across. And I do think this is important, and I'll close on this. I started my political career living in Arkansas, national political career. I was writing ads for Bill Clinton attacking Japan so we could run them in the Midwest market in '92. You can't do that today in the United States. Japan is the fourth most popular country and alliance partner in the United States based on polling in the United States. When you look at the soft power of baseball, you look at anime, every university and college has anime. You guys laugh at it, but it's made Japan a different country in the eyes of the American people. And when you're trying to do politics and you're trying to move things, to have a partner that is extremely popular in your own country is a huge benefit to being able to push things, and a partner actually ready to stretch and go beyond in that level. So I think the Alliance has the foundation and is poised, not just in the region, but I want to close on Prime Minister Kishida, I think, said it right. It's not a regional alliance. We have a global partner that's ready to step up beyond the region, and that's an important way, and there's no better friend to have than Japan, and that's been proven in the last 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'm Chris Johnstone. It's great to be back here at CSIS. Thank you again for joining us this morning. I'll just ask the first question, but we have an incredible group here. So I would encourage folks to think of questions, and we have about 10 minutes or so. But let me start with the first one, if I can. One of the themes of our event today is the role of leaders and individuals in building this relationship over time, set against the structural factors in the international system that also play a role in our alliance. We're about to have two new leaders in charge of this relationship, regardless of what happens on November 5th, right here, as well as, of course, a new prime minister in Japan. What do you think are the sort of the most important first steps that these new leaders can take to sustain this really incredible momentum that we've talked about?
Well, one, it's not in this audience, but outside of here, it's I think, lost when you have trust among the leaders, how far you can go. I think that's true in the trilateral piece. Two counts. One is the trilateral of the United States, Japan, Korea. But always kind of seen second, and if I say one thing, the United States, Japan, Philippines is as equally valuable strategically in the region. I understand the emotional energy around the Korea trilat, but we can't lose sight of what was done on the back end of the state visit and how important that is to security and stability in the region. So getting it off to a very fast start, and then I will say in this period, part of what was done at Camp David was merging the political, diplomatic, and the strategic on the security side. I am not so sure, and again, we don't know how our election is going to turn out. But I keep saying this, for the United States, the Indo-Pacific is an away game. And without allies, it's a really away game. And if you want to make it closer home, you got to work with alliances and allies in that alliance. And I think on the Korea front, I wonder if there isn't, on the Korea trilat, the security side of it should be institutionalized to the point that it has a 3 to 4 year work product that's not tied to the, did I Am I not doing this right? No. Is that on? Is that on? The last person you want to ask is a guy with Jewish motor skills there. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, let's just
Okay.
keep going.
So,
Yeah.
so that to me is the key piece. You gotta kind of continue to lay down. And Jay Sullivan and I talked the other day about a couple things that we should do on both tracks in that area.
Yeah, certainly. The Philippines has been an extraordinary opportunity.
And I do want to say this, and we don't, I think, I lost track, but I think Japan's giving 17 or 19 separate Coast Guard ships. And when you look at what's going on in the Indo-Pacific, you look at what's going on in the South China Sea, that's a huge investment in the Philippines. So what we're doing also is the Luzon corridor. This is a big opportunity.
Sustaining the mini-lateral, yeah. Okay, please, I'd like to invite our audience. We have a few minutes. We seem to have a bashful group. Adam.
I wouldn't wait.
Wasn't sure whether I should wait for Mike. Thank you,
I
Master.
can't say that works, but go ahead.
Adam Liff, Indiana University. Just the magic touch.
I told you, Jewish motor skills.
So one of the themes of the conversations today is not just looking at what's happening now, it's also reflecting on the past, things that happened. And I think everybody in this room is well aware of the incredible accomplishments of the past 3 years, but also things that perhaps didn't happen that we might have wanted to. Looking back on the past few years in your position, can you identify for us any things that could have been, that you would have liked to have happened, but for whatever reason they haven't happened? And I'll just add, yet. Thank you.
Can I have my microphone back?
Yes.
Okay. Now it won't work again. And this is not just the alliance. This is a challenge for the United States. I kind of outlined this the other day in the Wall Street Journal, but look, I think our security posture, you can say we're making major changes. We have a theory of the case. You can say you should do this, you should do it. We have a theory of the case we're executing. I think on the diplomatic and political side, same thing. I think our international economic statecraft is not where it needs to be. It's the weak link in the system. And I'm not talking about trade, because the moment you say that here in America, everybody puts their Braveheart paint on, and you can never get a conversation. It's international economic statecraft and energy. And we as a country, and it's not just here, but you could say it also in the European theater, just overall, we as a country went from all trade is good, which clearly wasn't true, to all trade is bad, which is also clearly not true. And we have to figure it out from a strategic standpoint, an economic standpoint, and fully aware that what happened over the last 30 years did not work, and we outran the United States public. And you can't have a foreign policy if the public's not going to support it. And so, but our weak link, and I say this as a father of 2 kids in the Navy, who I happen to think the people that join the armed forces are the true 1% in this country. The 1% is not people that acquire things, the 1% is the people that give something of themselves. It is wrong to ask those kids to execute a policy and to have your staffs throughout the State Department, throughout all your international agencies doing what they're doing, and then have the international economic statecraft run a distant third piece. So we as a country, before we even get to the region, have to come to some theory of the case. And again, as somebody that's been pretty upfront about my views of the way China's operating, you have to have a theory of the case, and the 3 things that have influenced it are COVID, the conflict in Europe, and the coercion by China. I call it the 3 C's that fundamentally upended the last 30 years. And we have not structurally come to conclusions. So you can't execute something until you know what you want to execute. And it's not just trade. Trade is a piece of a larger theory of the case. And those 3 things, security, political / diplomatic, and economic, if they're aligned right, I think we have the right deterrence vis-a-vis China, not only in the region, but around the globe. And you're not going to do it in 3 years, but we have to have an internal discussion start to execute. And that's what I would say.
Great, thank you. We have time for one more. Jeffrey Hornung in the back.
I'm not giving you my microphone.
There it goes.
Jeffrey Gordon, Ranch Corporation. You just talked about a little bit about answering Adam's question about looking what we have done, what you've done, but looking ahead into the future on the security side of the house. Obviously, implementing the C2 change on both the Japanese and the U.S. side is going to take the front of the agenda. Beyond the C2, what do you see as the security agenda for the alliance moving forward over the next decade?
Well, I think I've been, look, I'm not gonna get in a board appointment, so I don't really care. I think we way overshot the runway coming out of the Cold War, where our defense industry in this country shrunk to the point that it cannot meet the challenges we have. I'm not talking about just U.S. Japan, I'm talking about worldwide. And I can't think of a major item where anything that we've made that we either on budget or on time have produced. It just doesn't happen. And I've already told the defense industry in the United States, I will not go to meetings, help you get a contract where you then, the moment it's signed, start renegotiating both the deadline, you have to deliver the product, and the price that has to be negotiated. I'm not doing it. I'm not giving you my political capital. Our defense industry needs a major overhaul. And I just say this, you know, you can't get another company to do an F-35. On the other hand, when you look at the astronauts up in space, you weren't relying on one company, you had SpaceX, you had competition. And we have to figure this out like yesterday. And I was about to say something and I caught myself, but like yesterday. It's a massive problem. And in the most important area of Navy, and both the traditional Navy and what Ukraine showed us is the future, Japan and Korea, but our allies, have a capacity in the short and immediate term to help us as we do our investments for the long term. And we have to figure out, take one question, technology transfer. Legitimate question. There's a cost and a benefit doing what we do, and there's a cost and a benefit changing it. But we can't be in this position. I spent a year of my life, I'm pretty good at politics, working it hard to get 10 Patriots. That is nuts. And we're not gonna move and be able to meet the obligations. I don't know what's going on, but we're not gonna be able to move and do what we have to do on a system built for a one theater war when we clearly have two now hot with a third one we're trying to determine. This is insane. And I could go on for hours, and I'll never get a board appointment at Raytheon. I don't want one. The idea that Raytheon and Lockheed, just using two companies, last 2 years did $19 billion in stock buyback. And we are short on major equipments and expansions is ridiculous in my book. It is ridiculous. And Japan has a tremendous amount of things that we could do from a security side to help not only build up the industry there, but to help us in major areas. Whether it's ship repair, so we can focus on shipbuilding, coming in and opening up another yard. There's a tremendous amount that they can do. And so to me, that the weak link on the security side is actually getting the resources you need. Look, I'm not a military person, but China has a 96-hour strategy. We got a 96-day strategy. And we got to have the resources for that 96 days. That's simple. I want to thank you for the therapy. That felt good for me. Okay, so thank you.
The candor that we know and love. Ambassador, thank you for your time here today, and more importantly, thank you for your leadership of this relationship over the last 3 years. So please join me in a round of applause. Okay, we're going to reposition here for about 5 minutes, and then we're going to get started again. So please don't go far. We need another chair. everyone to take their seats, please. Thank you. All right. Well, again, good morning. I'm Chris Johnstone, and it's a complete thrill for me to be up here with these two legends, really, of the U.S. Japan relationship. We're going to have a conversation here about some of the ground that we've covered, but I don't think they really need an introduction, but I'm going to attempt to do a short one to get us started. Really, Ambassador Armitage, Ambassador Kato, really extraordinary careers in Asia and in this relationship. Ambassador Kato joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I believe, in 1965. And thereafter had just an amazing career as a diplomat. Most of us know him as the longest serving Japanese ambassador to the United States from 2001 to 2008, quite a period in our relationship. He was also Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Director General of the Foreign Policy Bureau, and among other very distinguished posts. And as many of you all here know, he was also commissioner of Japan's Professional Baseball League from 2008 to 2013. We should really spend a lot of time talking about that, but we'll focus on alliance matters today. So welcome, Ambassador Kato. Ambassador Armitage, you're Deputy Secretary of State from 2001 to 2005. Prior to that, just an extraordinary career in U.S. Diplomacy and defense policy more broadly. Served in the U.S. Navy from 1967 to 1973, 3 combat tours in Vietnam, and first began serving in policy positions early in the Reagan administration. You were Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs in 1983 until 1989, and a number of positions since then. So really just an extraordinary career. So I have a series of questions, but really what I want to do is invite them to talk and share their thoughts about this relationship and the road that we've traveled and the road that lies ahead. So let me just invite each of them to make some opening remarks. Rich, can I start with you?
Well, thank you, Chris, and good morning, everyone. I look at the title of this conference, and the term alliance leaps out. For me, it wasn't so long ago when Prime Minister Suzuki came here and announced at the press club that we had an alliance. And Foreign Minister Ito then resigned, along with some folks, to take responsibility, along with some folks from the Gaima show. So, in that respect, we've come a long way. The second thing I want to say is the term architects applied to us, frankly, I think is incorrect. The architects are Ronald Reagan, both Bush presidencies, Joe Biden, on the Japanese side, Prime Minister Nakasone, Prime Minister Abe, Mr. Suga, and most recently, Mr. Kishida. They're the architects. Well, we are, I think, a craftsman. We're carpenters and electricians. We fill in the blanks for the architects. And I'm so happy to see not only so many of the older craftsmen, but so many younger ones who are coming up and will take the place of those of us who have gone before. And we've got a lot of good folks. Nick Sengeni, Chris, Jeff Horning, who asked a question earlier, Zach Cooper, Cara Bew, two of my colleagues in my company. So we've got, I think, a rich future to look forward to. And finally, I'll say that I love being with Ryozo Kato, and I never tire of telling people that Ryozo, along with Haneo, are the best diplomats I've ever met. Now, wait a minute. I didn't say Japanese diplomats. I said diplomats. And I mean that. And so, delighted anytime I can be with you, Ryozo and Haneo. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Ambassador Kato?
Yes. Thank you, Chris. for inviting me to this very place. Thank you, Rich. And, when I assumed the post of the Director for National Security, North American Affairs Bureau, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Rich Armitage was already a rising star at the U.S. end. His code name in Japan, maybe same in the United States, was Rambo. Very powerful. But at that time, the U.S. Japan Alliance, the state of that, was not quite like as we see it today. At that time, although Japan and U.S. were partners to each other, Japan was not the player on the field. Japan was in stand, as a spectators. As a spectators, we buy a lot of Coca-Cola, hot dogs, nachos, and beers. But we never come down to the field to join the team. The Rich Armitage and the come down, join us as a player on the field. Gradually we do. First, we volunteered for being a bullpen catcher or something. But as the time goes on, with Japan's economic status and rising in the world, more equivalent sort of division of labor, responsibilities, and so forth. And finally, we came to the state as we see it today. Prime Minister Kishida described Japan-U.S. alliance relationship, the shoulder to shoulder, equal partner. Very well said, but to be more precise, in the baseball metaphor, the United States is a pitcher, while Japan is a catcher. That is the basic framework. The United States is by far the best pitcher in the world, devastating fastballs, and devastating breaking stuff. Very intimidating pitcher as necessary. And Japan as a catcher. And first, as a catcher, Japan's lead was criticized for being too cautious. And Japan doesn't have any offensive capability, not so good as a catcher. But now Japan has grown out of that. Today, Japan is a very good, maybe regular catcher for the pitcher United States. We just don't receive the balls thrown by the United States. We lead the United States, telling them, hey, come to the middle of the plate. No, this is more low down with off-speed pitch. Inside, high. That sort of thing. And in between the pitcher and the catcher, we work out in a kind of game strategy together with the teammates. And that way, and Japan become the sort of regular catcher for the United States, and without a good regular catcher, even the best pitcher can't be at his full efficiency. That's what it is at the present moment. How far we can go, as a retired diplomat, I am very interested, and I hope and believe that since there's no limit in the human ingenuity, the U.S. Japan Alliance can go further ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I love the baseball metaphor. I find myself thinking of Otani Shohei now, a Japanese player who can both hit and pitch. Well, let's talk a little bit more in detail about sort of where we've been. There have been profound changes in the international system during the time that you all have been involved in this relationship, from the end of the Cold War, collapse of the Soviet Union, the war on terror, the conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan, more recently, great power competition between the United States and China, the war in Ukraine, of course. When you think about the evolution of this alliance and where we are today, how important do you think structural factors were in driving us? In other words, the backdrop of big geopolitical events driving us, versus the role of individual leaders and alliance gardeners, to use your famous phrase, Ambassador Kato. At what moments, when you think back, at what moments were leaders and individuals particularly important in bringing us to where we are today? Rich, can I start with you on that question?
Yes. The policy, Chris, is people. That's it. It's people. So I think that answers part of your question. How important are individuals in this? Extraordinarily important. Yes, the real architects of the alliance, They set the strategy. Ronald Reagan had a very easy strategy to understand. Peace through strength, period. That was it. And then he left it to various craftsmen to fill in the blanks. And look at where we were in 1981 and what broke the back of the Soviet Union in Asia. 3 decisions that were not very well understood in the U.S. nor in Japan, with the exception of Prime Minister Nakasone, Ryozo Kato, and the late Yukio Okamoto. Those decisions were, 1, to have a roles and missions approach, where Japan would take charge of the sea lanes, southeast and southwest, to 1,000 miles. That seems okay. But what did the Soviet Union hear? If they can go 1,000 miles that way, they can go 1,000 miles to the north and bottle up the fleet in Vladivostok. Number 2, a year or a year and a half later, the U.S. and Japan decided together to cooperate on missile defense. So the specter of the 2 greatest technological powers cooperating together was very ominous for the then Soviet Union. But finally, it was the stationing of 48 F-16s at Misawa Air Base. Anyone who served in the military knows 48 F-16s are not very powerful, except they're dual capable. And at that time, the Soviet Union was putting a lot of money and effort into keeping Japan neutral. But by having dual capable, conventional and nuclear capable aircraft, the Soviet Union could no longer feel that they could get Japan to opt out. Those are 3 things that hardly anybody understood at the time, but our enemy did. Understood it fully.
Fascinating. Thank you, Rich.
Yeah,
Ambassador
that's-
Kato?
Sea lane, silk protection. That is very important thing, really crucial thing. And 1981, for example, the division of labor between the United States and Japan was very simple. It's what Japan should do is just stick to beefing up its defense capability for 100% for just defense of Japan. The rest, United States take care. So Japan is not supposed to have any offensive capability, particularly the means of massive power projection capability. Attack aircraft carriers, ICBMs, long-range bombers, such as Marines, so means of massive power projection. That way it doesn't go on. However, while the United States and relative significance in terms of economic strength, GDP, slightly down, and Japan's GDP going up, more equal division of labor was expected from Japan. And I think that among the many prime ministers, Nakasone is a very memorable prime minister for me. He straightforward way challenged and squarely faced all inhibitions and constraints. What he did, for example, of course, sea lane is one thing, but he broke up the GDP 1 cent benchmark imposed upon Japan's national budget, national defense budget. And he opened the way for the transfer of Japan's defense military technology to the United States. And the United States also made a surprise visit to Korea as soon as he assumed the position of the prime minister to level up, to improve Japan-Korea relationship so that U.S. Japan Alliance becomes better because of that. He has the strategic thinking. So when he was a prime minister, and another thing is, Nakasone is the first prime minister who said that at the G7 summit meeting at the Williamsburg round, Nakasone said, Japan is a part of the West. And security of the West is indivisible. This is a very courageous statement at that time, standard. So that way, Nakasone came up with a very strong initiative. I think he in a way, laid out the foundation for the flourishing the U.S. Japan Alliance as we see it today.
It's fascinating to think about the roots of some of what we're seeing today, right? A more integrated command and control architecture, for example, cooperation on strike capability. These things are rooted in decisions back to the 1980s. Yes, Rich.
I think, Chris, we have to realize that because of China, both Japan and the United States suffer a tyranny. The tyranny that Japan suffers is the tyranny of proximity. The tyranny that the U.S. suffers is the tyranny of time and distance. Japan inestimably helps us, U.S., to overcome our tyranny. It seems to me a good place to start is for the United States to do as much as possible to help Japan overcome their tyranny of proximity.
Great. Well, let's look forward a little bit. And hearkening back to the first Armitage and I report in October of 2000, so almost exactly 24 years ago, you wrote that
Thanks for reminding me.
That's what we're here to do, right? You wrote that the U.S.-UK alliance should be a model for what the U.S. Japan Alliance can become. Ambassador Kato, you've also written and spoken about this. How close are we to achieving this vision that you set out all those years ago, and what are the next essential steps from your point of view? Ambassador Kato, could I start with you on that question?
First of all, I would like to thank you very much, Professor Nye and Rich Armitage, for producing a series of Joe Nye Armitage report. It was a real guideline to Japan's very important document, guideline for the U.S.-Japan Defense Cooperation. So guideline to the guideline. And under which the very sort of near ideal division of labor, division of responsibility, division of roles and missions has been gradually being achieved as we see today. And from now on, the one thing we have to bear in mind is on top of that, or at the base of that, there should be a perception sharing. So long as the perception to China or elsewhere is firmly shared between the United States and Japan, the level of leadership and their subordinates. So it's perception sharing ensured between us. We are in a very good position to be more effective in terms of the enhancing a level of stability of the world community.
A common operating picture at the strategic level, yeah. Rich?
My view is that the U.S.-Japan relationship far outpaces the U.S.-UK relationship now. And why would I say that? The political stability in Japan, notwithstanding prime ministers changing with sometimes stunning regularity, military strength, which Japan has, which Great Britain doesn't have. The anecdote that Ambassador Emanuel told about Japan calling folks to get them on board with a resolution in the UN. Could the UK do that? No, they couldn't today. So I think what we wrote in 2000 has been far surpassed today.
Great. Let me, I want to ask a personal question, then I'll open up to the audience for a question or two before we close this portion. So to go back to what you said at the beginning, Ambassador Kato, you both really began to assume senior positions in the alliance at the same time, roughly the same time. Ambassador Kato, you became a director in the North American Affairs Bureau, as you said, in 1981. Rich, I believe you were Deputy Assistant Secretary for East Asia in that same exact year. Did you meet at that time? Talk a little bit about your relationship at that time, how you began to work together, and what the major issues of the day were beyond what we've talked about here.
The major issues in 1981 was, first of all, as I've indicated, in peace through strength. Mm-hmm. Number two, there was still a hangover in the United States from the late 80s and the days of fear of Japan Inc. I remember a particular personal anecdote with Ambassador Kato. One day he came into my office and on a call, and I greeted him and offered him coffee, and we sat down, and he said, "Rich, pound the table." I said, "Riozo, you're my friend. I can't pound the table." He said, "Please, pound the table." No, why? He said, "Please." So I hit the table a couple of times. He said, "Great." Then we had our discussion. And the discussion at the time was about FSX, which was an indigenous fighter Japan was going to produce using in the main U.S. technology. And many of us on the U.S. side being accused of giving away the, quote, keys to the kingdom to Japan. So we were still fighting against that. Riozo, I found out later, wanted me to pound on the table because he could write a cable about the discussion on FSX. But in it, he could say, Armitage was so angry, he pounded on the table. So it's the kind of relationship. I've got one more. You started baseball when Mr. Koizumi visited Mr. Bush. On a Saturday, you were at Camp David, and I got a call from you. And he said, "Rich, what do you think the President and the Prime Minister are doing?" I have no idea. They're throwing the baseball back and forth. It's the kind of relationship that we had with Japan, I had with Riozo, but we had it up and down in the State Department and in the Defense Department.
Well,
That's Ricardo.
yeah, it's true. When I asked Rich to pound on the table, he pounded it. I took it out and sent a cable to Tokyo. Rich Armitage, very angry, pounded on the table. Then people in Tokyo jumped up. That then led to a very smooth development of the negotiation. That way, we both cheated our respective governments after times. And as for Camp David Koizumi pitching, well, he had a pretty good throwing arm. And his control, not that wild. Unlike his image. He has a pretty good throwing arm with a good control.
I love it, the theater of alliance management. I think a lot of us can identify with those stories. We have time for one question before I bring this to a close. Please take advantage of this opportunity. Yeah, Paige.
Paige Cottingham Streeter. Oh, thanks. Paige Cottingham Streeter, Japan-U.S. Friendship Commission in Kolkan. And listening to this exchange, it's an opportunity for reflection. And you're absolutely right. It's leaders and it's craftspeople who have been these architects. But I'm also curious about the role of the government, public, particularly the public. Because you were just describing this period that many of us in this room recall when it wasn't necessarily the love fest that we have today. So to what extent does the public play a role and influence the work that you're able to do as leaders, and to what extent did you have to manage and negotiate that, even though you knew at a different level that important work was happening to build and strengthen this alliance? Thank you.
Great question. The role of public opinion in shaping the alliance. Rich?
Anyone who's in any position, for that matter, of note in the bureaucracy has to take note of public opinion. They don't have to necessarily be guided by it. They have to take note of it and sometimes lead public opinion in the direction that you feel and your administration feels is correct. From the get-go, it may not be popular in the public, but it seems to me that over time, if one is consistent and truthful and trusting in the direction you're going, you can win public opinion. But it's never far from the minds of anyone in the bureaucracy. And it's particularly not far from the minds of a Secretary of Defense or a Secretary of State, because they work so closely with the President, who has antenna which are finely tuned to public opinion.
Mr. Kato?
Yes, public opinion is, of course, and very important. When I became the ambassador, actually, for the first time in my life, I think, not political, not economic affairs, cultural, people-to-people lines of communication is even more important to absorb the good, important public opinion. That's the task, most important task for the ambassador to do. Incidentally, to collect the good public opinion in both in the United States, at U.S. end, at Japan's end, I think two things are very important in my view. Now, one is to step up the sort of line, to strengthen the lines of people-to-people communication, not sea lines of communication, air lines of communication, and land lines of communication. People-to-people communication line is very important, and we have to brush it up. And I also, seeing from Japan, each and all states, 50 states of the United States is very important. They are somewhat like sovereign countries. And subnational diplomacy from now on is becoming more important, both for the United States and for Japan.
Wonderful. Well, I could sit here and do this all day. It's really a privilege to have this time. But please join me in a really warm round of applause for two extraordinary leaders in the Alliance. Thank you very much.
perhaps here in the room or emanating through the online streaming at CSIS. It's a very warm atmosphere here. It truly feels like a reunion, and it's been an incredible opportunity to be here to moderate a very esteemed panel. We have first with us Professor Nye, who is really the forethought leader in terms of international relations and really set the stage for the U.S. Japan Alliance through the Nye Initiative. He served as first the chair of the National Intelligence Council, as well as the former Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs. Then he went on to the State Department to serve as the Deputy Undersecretary of State for Security Assistance, as well as Science and Technology. We also have with us Ambassador Schieffer, who is a very true, proud Texan native, and the former ambassador to Australia and then to Japan. He played a very pivotal role in terms of ensuring seamless coordination during incredibly dire and tense moments, including the North Korean missile launches, as well as Operations Iraqi Freedom and Enduring Freedom. And lastly, we have Ambassador Umamoto, who is very much the true craftsman from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so the carpenter.
Right.
And currently the president of the Japan Foundation, and he really started his career in the ministry in 1977, served very key roles, including the director for Japan-U.S. Security Treaty, the Deputy Director General for North American Affairs, as well as the Director General for the North American Affairs Bureau. And with that, I just wanted to announce myself. I am Grace Park, the OSD Director for Japan Policy at the Pentagon. And having been a continual craftsman on this alliance for quite some time, it really just brings me into a incredible moment in which we have just done the Japan 2+2 meeting in Tokyo, where we announced all of the things that Ambassador Emanuel had mentioned earlier this morning. And now looking forward, it's kind of like, so what are we doing here? What's the point of all of these incredible announcements with command and control, with defense industry cooperation, with counterstrike? And so I'm really looking forward to this panel to first start with opening remarks and give us some insights of their experience, and looking to them for advice at the end, and then I'll open the floor to questions. Thank you. We'll start with you, Professor Nye.
Well, I would ask you all to think back to the end of the Cold War and to realize how different the world looked at that time from today, or from its previous 20 years in the Cold War, and to, with a certain amount of humility, realize how poor we are at understanding changing geopolitical circumstances. So let me quickly, in the 2 or 3 minutes that's allotted to me, recall to you what things looked like. The Soviet Union ends in 1991. The general view at that time was that economics was going to dominate, that the military was something you could save money by, as Ron put it, demobilizing, and that the real threat in this new world was Japan. I mentioned last night that Stratfor had published a book called The Coming War with Japan, and the 1992 campaign was about "It's the economy, stupid." And when I would first go to meetings in the Situation Room of the White House in early '93 in the Clinton administration, everybody was asking, how can I be more nasty to Japan than the next guy? And I thought this was a little bit wrong. Actually, I thought it was a lot wrong. We had a study group that I co-chaired with Ezra Vogel at Harvard, looking at Japan, and we felt that Japan was really not a threat, but trying to get that opinion across in Washington in 1993 was very, very difficult. But it wasn't just Washington. Remember, in Tokyo, the LDP had lost its dominant position. The socialists were part of the opposition coalition, and the socialists had a long history of resisting the U.S. Japan Security Treaty. You had in Tokyo the Higuchi report. It said that that Japan should no longer rely on the U.S. for its security, but should turn to the United Nations. Well, when we look at the United Nations today, you say, how could people think that? But if you were in the post-Cold War period, you would realize that the world looked very different then than it does today. So those were the circumstances of the end of the Cold War. What I felt was that if you looked at the future of East Asia, I should add one more point. China was still in the post-Tiananmen turmoil. And when Warren Christopher first went to Beijing in 1993, it was to berate them about human rights violations. It was not about economics at all. It was not about military. So at that stage, again, the world looked very different. From my perspective, the future of East Asia was going to be three major powers, the U.S., Japan, and China. And sort of elementary balance of power 101 says it's better to be part of the two than the one. And so to my mind, maintaining the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty was critical. I won't bore you with all the domestic political bureaucracy and details of political struggles to try to get a change in the American position. Some of it's recounted in this memoir that I just published called A Life in the American Century. But what's interesting is that it took a while for Japan to adjust. It was at that time, as I mentioned, the coalition in Japan was quite suspicious of the U.S. alliance. And that meant that my counterparts in the Gaimesho in particular were, as Rich Armitage said earlier, you have to pay attention to public opinion. And I remember going to dinner one night, which is where the real work gets done. I mean, you sit all day with this beige or green tablecloth and a little Japanese flag, a little American flag in front of you, and you turn on your microphone, and not much happens. And then you go and you have drinks. And about 9 or 10 o'clock, after a few drinks, you understand what's really on people's minds. And one of those sessions, it's a little bit like Ryozo and Rich's account of how you do pound the table diplomacy. But at one of those late night drink sessions, my Japanese counterparts said, well, we'll be frank with you. We see China economy growing, and we see China economy passing the Japanese economy. And we want to know, when you talk about reaffirming the alliance, when you see the importance of the Chinese market growing more than the importance of the Japanese market, aren't you going to desert us and turn more to China? And I said to them, and I still believe it to this day, that no, I don't think so. Because you're a democracy, and we're a democracy, and because you do not present a threat to us, and we do not present a threat to you. And you can't say that about the U.S.-China relationship. And I think that was the basis on which we got the changes that eventually culminated in the Clinton-Hashimoto Declaration of 1996, which said that the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty was going to be the basis for peace and stability in East Asia in the post-Cold War period. So that's the way the world looked 30 years ago, very different than it does now.
Thank you, Professor. That's incredibly important context for how we are setting up this discussion as well as the rest of the day. So Ambassador Schiefer, would you like to provide some opening remarks?
Sure, Grace. I got to Japan in April of 2005. I was coming from Australia, where I had been ambassador. And the hangover from 9/11 was still a part of the day. And it was an important part. And the role that Japan was going to play was taken very seriously in Washington as well as in Tokyo. I was fortunate enough to arrive and to represent the United States at a time when the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Japan, Prime Minister Koizumi, were extraordinarily close. And it wasn't a relationship that was, a declaration was made at the end of the meeting or whatever about, well, all they'd accomplished. They really liked each other. And they really got along, and they had I think, a common view of what the alliance should be and what the relationship and how vital the relationship of Japan and the United States would be and the influence it would have. I think some people would be surprised to hear what I'm going to say. George Bush came to the presidency with a fully developed idea about China. And the very day that he asked me to go to Australia, he said, look, we've got to get China right. And we can't get China right if we don't get Japan and Australia right. And that was the mission. You get Australia right, get Japan right. And so it was an extremely intense period in the relationship. I will say, with the relationship of Prime Minister Koizumi and Bush, they left out, Ryozo and Rich left out one part of the first summit. And that was when Koizumi said to the president, I hope that we will be as close as the old Elvis song. And the president said, what? He said, you know, love me tender, love me true. And he sang the whole song. At that moment, he had George Bush in his pocket for the rest of the time. And, but the reason the relationship was so fruitful at that point in time was Koizumi shared with the president, I want, and the people of Japan want Japan to be a normal country again. And what that meant to him, and I think, was Japan has the right to protect its own security without having all the claims that it was reverting to militarism and all that. And the president was very sympathetic to that. And Prime Minister Koizumi had called the president very quickly after 9/11 and offered support and wanted to say that Japan was sympathetic to what was going on in the United States and wanted to help. And Koizumi thought it was very important for the Japanese to participate in Iraq. And there was a battalion of engineering that was there. They were non-combat, but Koizumi felt that that was the way to begin to acclimatize the Japanese people and the rest of the world, frankly, to the fact that Japan could do something on the security side of things. And the last thing I did in Australia was to go see Prime Minister Howard, because the Dutch had provided force protection for the Japanese at that point in time, and they were pulling out. And I went to Prime Minister, and we had told the Australians, if you'll go with us into Iraq, we won't be back asking for more. You can go in, and you can get out as quickly as you can. So it was somewhat of a difficult ask, and I said to the Prime Minister, we can't ask you, but if you could provide force protection for the Japanese, we would really appreciate it. And he did. That was a bigger ask for John Howard than you might think, because in Australia, I'll be quite frank, the war wasn't over. There was still sentiment against Japan, and he took a lot of heat from veterans groups that Australia was of providing force protection. In the end, it worked out well, there weren't any casualties, and the Australians became quite proud of the fact that they were providing force protection. And to me, the war was over at that point in time in Australia. And you see things going on now between the Australians and the Japanese that I didn't think would be possible. I didn't think, frankly, that the Australians would agree to ever put American troops in Australia. And they've done that. And they rotate through, so they're not based there, but they rotate through a lot. And they're there, and the relationship has been accepted by the Australian people, and the Australian people accept the relationship with Japan. And now you see Japan and Australia exercising together and talking about expanding their relations. And I think that's a good thing for the United States. I think it's a good thing for Japan. And I think it's a good thing for Australia. And I think it's a good thing for peace in Northeast Asia. And I think this is a moment when this relationship is going to expand. It's going to become even more important to all of us, and it's going to become a greater contributor to peace in Northeast Asia.
Well, thank you for the rendition of Love Me Tender, first and foremost. But I also wanted to thank you for really setting the stage in terms of that personal relationship that means so much in our day-to-day work at the Pentagon with State Department. I know my counterpart Nick Schneider and Das Kepke are in the audience as well. And that goes so far to really make the real conversations work, not just at the dinner and at the table, but behind the scenes. So Ambassador Umamoto, is there in providing your opening remarks, we'd love to hear some of your thoughts.
Yes. Well, national leaders set the direction, strategy, sort of generals as admirals, sort of have a plan of war, but there has to be people who have to execute it. So I was on that end. So of course I was always aware of what's happening in the stratosphere, but how to translate that into reality, you have to have a lot of hard work. So I was fortunate enough to be involved in bilateral discussions, my initiative. And we really worked hard with my counterparts in U.S. Embassy, U.S. Forces Japan, OSD, State Department, NSC, and so on. And to be quite frank, I was the director for the same division that Mr. Kato and the late Okamoto director. And quite substantial part of that work is dealing with the day-to-day complaints from the local community, noise, or sometimes the crimes committed by U.S. Forces members, and that sort of thing. And it's quite tough. But the lesson I learned from Ambassador Kato and Okamoto, that in order to maintain the alliance, you have to earn the trust of the other partner every day. So every day, maybe small things matter. So, so you are faced with a lot of small decisions, even as a junior director. Sometimes infinitesimal decision, but each decision, I think, matters. And of course, the public opinion is always there. And of course, in those days, it was a socialist prime minister, but very good prime minister, but socialist coalition prime minister. And of course, some of the ministers are socialist, and they were quite skeptical. Why do we have to maintain U.S. presence about 100,000, the size of that? So, so you really have to earn the trust of alliance partner. You have to really earn the trust of your government leaders, political leaders, and also the public. So, so during that process, I very much appreciated all the efforts by all the people in various departments of the U.S. government to be quite patient with us. Sometimes we have to ask some very difficult requests for the U.S. and so on. But that really paved the way for the joint declaration. And being in that sort of section, we were very much aware because there was a euphoria of the Cold War at the end of after the Cold War. But look at Korea, look at Taiwan. So maybe European side is okay, but this side is not so much okay, or even more dangerous because now that the heavy lid of sort of a Cold War has gone up. So look at Iraq, what's happened, and so on. But there's a gap between the public perception and the reality. So we were very glad that the U.S. took initiative to start the very intensive dialogue so that we can have a maybe new narrative for the alliance, new rationale for the alliance. Because we were very much aware that in order to solve or deal with the day-to-day mundane issues, in the ultimate analysis, you have to convince the public or the people concerned why the alliance has to be there. Otherwise, you cannot ask people to endure this noise or whatever, inconvenience. But in the end, we have to convince people that alliance is necessary despite some negative impacts. So I was very happy that in the end, 1996, joint declaration was announced between Prime Minister Hashimoto and President Clinton. Of course, we worked very hard so that we would be able to do that in the autumn of 1995 in the margins of Osaka APEC summit. But because of the US government shutdown, President Clinton was not able to come. And I was quite relieved. We had extra several months so that we can work. So in that process, we worked hard to address the base issue in Okinawa, Special Action Committee on Okinawa, and so on. So in the end, we were able to come to a very good, very powerful joint declaration, including the decision to review the 1979 Guideline on Defense Cooperation. Because we were very much aware from the informal discussion in '93 when the first North Korean nuclear crisis was. And we were made aware of the huge gap between what US would expect us to do in time of regional contingency and what actually we can do, huge gap. And if that is exposed to the daylight, that will be the end of the alliance. So we have to address this issue. But you need a appropriate political atmosphere to support or at least accept the government doing that. And 1997 and 1996 declaration, joint security declaration, together with SACO report, really enabled us to go ahead with that. And I think that was epoch-making day. And I still remember the day when two leaders in the Japanese guest house in Tokyo, Akasaka, signed the document. And that was a very emotionally moving day. And of course, since that, I was involved in the bilateral dialogues of transformation and realignment. So, and of course, I also served as a Director General in the time of transition from LDP to DPJ. But I think the basis had been set in the 1996. And also, after that, because of that, the blueprint was a lot of work were being done. But that means, people to people. I mean, MOFA, Ministry of Defense, at the time JDA, Defense Department, State, NSC, all these people came to know each other very well. So when you have a mutual trust among people in each agency, that will make it much easier to do anything.
No, thank you, Ambassador. It's very clear when we think about the perceived gaps or seams in the alliance, it really is the death of the alliance, and I couldn't agree with you more. And in speaking to how do you create a narrative or rationale, a new rationale for the alliance, Professor Nye, if I could ask, in your experience when you're at the Pentagon, what were some examples where, or how did you manage some of the interagency, whether it was discord or coordination, and your Japanese counterparts' relationships to either push or advocate for something, or really push back against some bad decisions?
Well, biggest problem or biggest threat we had was the atrocious rape case in Okinawa in must have been September of '95, and that required. I mean, for those of you who don't remember the history, some American service and carried out a rape of young Japanese women, and it led to enormous protests, and it looked like that was going to be the end of the efforts we've been making to restore the U.S. Japan Security Treaty. And what struck me was how well we worked with our Japanese counterparts. I mean, they obviously had to take into account their political needs. They couldn't just say, well, you know, let bygones be bygones, or this is just a small incident. They had to take it seriously and show that they were. And so we had to make profuse apologies and had to do it immediately. I remember being on a plane with Secretary Perry flying to New York when we received this horrible news, and he immediately commanded a stand down for U.S. forces and immediately got an apology out to give our Japanese counterparts something to work with. And then we were in touch with our counterparts, and you know, it was a terrible event, but we managed to survive it. And then we set up the Special Action Committee on Okinawa, of which I was the co-chair for a period that I remained in government, then succeeded. But I think that helped to, that's an example of how working together, understanding this role of public opinion in two democracies, how we were able to surmount that problem. That was probably much more important than all the bureaucratic politics and struggles I had to try to change people in the special trade representative's office or whatever.
Oh, thank you, Professor Nye. I think, you know, that close coordination and cooperation is just a testament to the strength of the alliance in a way that really puts people first. And Ambassador Schiefer, to you, in your opening remarks, you talked to the importance of people-to-people communication. And I wanted to ask, in your experience as the ambassador, how did you and the then USFJ commander really manage those local community opposition or anything that came across?
We had an incredibly close relationship, and General Wright was the commander of U.S. Forces Japan at the time, and he fully understood the value of working with the embassy. We didn't want to have any light between us, and we wanted to be able to go to the Japanese with one message. Somebody asked me one time what the hardest thing that I did. One of my friends, when I came back home one time, asked me, what's the hardest thing you have to do as an ambassador? And I said, get the American government to speak with one voice. And you have the United States government is so large, and the Japanese government is very large, but what happens to you is if you're not conveying the same message, then you're losing the trust of the other side. And you really have to work hard at that. And General Wright, we would have daily intelligence briefings at the embassy, and we would share those and General Wright would come once a week, or he would send the deputy commander, Tim Larson, in his place. But there was constant, and then we would adjourn the intel meeting, and then we'd go back and visit one-on-one. It really worked, and it worked for both of us, and because he really couldn't tell me what to do, and I couldn't tell him what to do. And I thought it might be good to point out that if we said the same thing, that rising tide might lift both boats, and it did. But you have to have that coordination, and you have to have the coordination within the government. One of the most difficult things that I think you have to contend with, and I see Nick Snyder back there, but you have to constantly keep Washington updated as to what the conversation is. And what you don't want to have happen is someone on the desk in Washington hearing something from somebody else and not the embassy. So that's very important, and I think we did that pretty well. But you continually have to do it. As the old saying is, the Lord's work's never done. And you have to get up in the next morning and do it again.
Thank you for that perspective, Ambassador. I think, you know, speaking to the trust that you're building with your counterpart or with folks in the building or back in DC, Ambassador Emamoto-san, I would love for your thoughts on how do you gain the trust and just the autonomy from political leadership as you've seen so many transitions within your long tenure.
Yeah. But can I add what
Of course, please.
Ambassador General Wright was Colonel Wright at the J3. So, and when there was a crash of the aircraft in Shikoku, so I had spent long hours with him explaining, you know, Japanese public reaction, and he also explained why U.S. forces had to continue to conduct that kind of exercise. So that really, established a mutual trust between. So I was very happy to see him back as a U.S. governor. So that sort of thing is, good. It's the people in the right position at the right time. So that would help. Yes. First, there was a socialist prime minister of coalition, and I still remember vice minister at the time went to see Prime Minister Murayama explaining the gist of the joint declaration. And he was a very good person with a man of integrity and decency. And after listening to his explanation, according to Vice Minister, he said, we were like a frog in a well, which doesn't know the ocean. So he, approved it. So the socialist prime minister from the Socialist Party approved the document, which would include U.S. making a commitment of maintaining 100,000 forces in Japan. That was, but of course, we really worked hard and so on. And then the Prime Minister changed to Prime Minister Hashimoto. So under Prime Minister Hashimoto, we were able to make more progress. And then I also worked with the DPJ time. To be quite frank, that was a quite tough time. But also, we tried to be 100% honest and transparent with regard to Foreign Minister Okada, and the Defense Department, MOD was headed by Mr. Kitazawa. So in the end, we persuaded these ministers that it's not wise to change the course after investing so much time and energy on the package of agreement. So, but of course, the two ministers were not able to persuade the Prime Minister. So we had to spend so many hours. So, well, we missed some days and so on. But in the end, also, they understood the role of the importance of alliance. So, under Prime Minister Khan, host-nation support agreement, the negotiation was very easy because Prime Minister accepted our advice and agreed to maintain the level, not reduce the level of host-nation support. So, but during that process, I asked U.S. Forces commander to come to see Foreign Minister Okada to explain how U.S. forces would use all the facilities during the time of contingency, why those facilities are necessary, and so on. And then that was quite instrumental in persuading Foreign Minister Okada. So sometimes you have to spend extra time to explain what is really the state of the affairs and so on. So, but not easy time, but in the end, I think we were able to establish a mutual trust.
Thank you, Ambassador. I would very much rather be a frog, unaware frog in a well than a frog in a boiling pot. And I think it's very clear that your advocacy was incredibly important to the salience of the staying power of U.S. troops in Japan, as well as the importance of realistic training and exercises that are for the defense of Japan and for peace and stability in the region. So with that, I wanted to invite a question from the audience before closing us out. All right. Okay, well, I guess you've stunned the audience to be speechless.
They may be asleep.
I doubt that, sir.
Shows that ancient history is not.
Great.
Again, thanks to all of you for joining us. I wonder if you could talk about, in addition to the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan that I think drove a lot of transformation in the U.S. Japan relationship, Japan's deployments to both operations. We also had the rise of challenges in East Asia that began to intensify during that time. And I think about, for example, North Korean provocations in this period. I wonder if you could all comment on how the alliance sort of evolved in that sense, in terms of perhaps a renewed focus also on threats in East Asia, and how that influenced sort of where we are today. Thank you.
Well, that was your period.
Okay. The North Korea Chris was at the embassy when I was, and we worked together back then. But I think he would recall North Korea was continually on the boil while I was there and while we were there. And it was one thing after another. And the thing that I think sticks in my mind was what happened when we began to pick up, about 2.5 months out, we began to get indications that the North Koreans were going to fire a ICBM. That would be the first ICBM. We began to follow it. We worked very closely together with the U.S. Forces Japan and the intelligence agencies in the intelligence world. And it became clear that that they were indeed going to launch the ICBM. And somebody said one morning, he's going to do it on July the 5th because that's going to be July the 4th in the United States. And we started working off of that program. I'll give you the short version of what happened. I had gone to see Koizumi and said, do you want me to come brief you or do you want me to come brief somebody else when it happens? He said, I don't want to make that decision until it actually does happen and when you call me. So I called him. But General Wright, on the morning of July 5th at 3 a.m. called me and said they launched the ICBM. That was 3 minutes after they'd done it. And I got to the embassy. I called Koizumi. He said he wanted me to brief Shinzo Abe, who was the chief cabinet secretary, Fukuda, who had been chief cabinet secretary for Koizumi earlier, and Nukaga was the defense minister. So we got all the data together, and I was able to go to that briefing, and I think I got there around 6:30 in the morning, something like that. And I was able to say to them that the North Koreans had launched 3 missiles at that point in time that had a short range that would have been capable of hitting South Korea. The ICBM went up and stayed up about 42 seconds and then came back down. If it had nosed over, if it had stayed up a minute and a half or 2 minutes, it would have bellied right into Japan. We were prepared for that. Because when I went down there, and I think Chris would remember this, there was a secure link between General Wright at Yokota Air Base and U.S. Forces Japan, Pacific Command, and the Pentagon. And Secretary Rumsfeld had pulled over to the side of the road to give whatever orders might be necessary. And this is within minutes of, and the North Koreans are now firing a medium-range rocket that could have hit Japan. So we were prepared for every contingency. And I got through with my briefing with them, and I then went out, and there was just a huge scrum of reporters in Japan. There was a picture of it the next day in the front page of the New York Times, and I'm kind of a little piece in the middle of this, all this humanity. And I was prepared to ask the questions, to answer the questions, and the first question was, what should the Japanese people think of the U.S. Japan Security Treaty today? And I said, I hope that the Japanese people understand that the United States stands with Japan today, as we stood with Japan yesterday, as we will stand with Japan tomorrow. And any potential adversary should understand that an attack upon Japan would be met with the full force and effect of an immediate American military response. I then asked if there were any other questions. There were none. I have been doing news conferences for a long time, from politics to baseball to diplomacy. That is the only time I have ever done a press conference in which there was only one question. There were no more questions. I walked out to that limousine. I got in the car with those American flag and that ambassadorial flag flying, and I said, this is a good day to be the ambassador of the United States to Japan. And the reason it was a good day was because people, many of whom are sitting in this room, had prepared the ground for that alliance. And that alliance was trusted in Japan, and it was trusted in the United States, and we worked seamlessly together that day to show that that alliance was a real deterrent for the United States, and I think more importantly for Japan, and that we could be relied on to be there on the days that were tough, not just the days that were good. And it is something I'll remember the rest of my life.
Thank you, Ambassador. Any other follow-up comments or to the panelists? Okay. Please, question?
Thank you so much. A lot of activities that you put forward and put in place basically put the C's for the current U.S. alliance system, U.S. Japan cooperation. For example, the Joint 9 initiative basically was to revitalize the alliance so that when the China rises, then we have alliance system intact. The cooperation between Australia and Japan have started then, but now it's flourishing. I just wanted to have you comment on, the state of the current U.S. alliance network and more cooperation among hubs in the hub and spoke system. Is this something that you predicted at the time? Or do you think you wanted more at this point of the day when we have much stronger China posing challenges for alliance system in Asia?
Pastor Nye, would you like to start?
Well, it's very, excuse me,
It's a very good question. As you know, Prime Minister Shiba has called for an Asian NATO. It ain't in the cards, as they say. I mean, even if we wanted and he wanted it, you're not going to get India, for example, to do anything that says alliance. On the other hand, you can do things informally that you can't do formally. And that's what the Quad has been about. And that's, going the U.S. Japan Korea trilateral, doing the same thing with the Philippines. I mean, there's a lot that can be done to set up this network so that it's a little less hub and spokes and a little bit more network, and we should be working for it, even if the proposal of a Asian NATO is not feasible. So I think that should be the direction we're working, even if we're not able to do an Asian NATO. While I have the floor, I just wanted to say one more thing, which really goes back to what Rich Armitage was saying, which is the importance in the United States of keeping the U.S.-Japan relation out of partisan politics. In the early 90s, it was very much in partisan politics because of the economic question. When Rich came to me in, must have been 99 or 2000, and said, why don't we set up a report that's bipartisan, that the membership of the panel will be half and half, Democrats and Republicans. I thought that was a terrific idea. And that's what was the origin of the series of reports we did. I mean, we were trying to also provide advice to the governments about what to do, but frankly, the symbolism of showing a Democrat or Republican agreeing on a larger security initiative and the importance of alliance, I think, was as important as any of our particular recommendations. So continuing to manage that partisan politics dimension of the alliance is, I think, equally important.
Could I add one thing to that? I think we all know that the security threats exist in Northeast Asia from China, North Korea. I think that has certainly played a large part in what is going on, but I think that the Japanese people need to be given credit for understanding what's going on, because my sense of it is, there's so many Japanese in the room that know much more about it than I do, but my sense of it is the Japanese people have made the conclusion that these changes need to be made and that their security is involved, and I think they're prepared to do it. And I'm glad. That is a long process, but it is so important to keep the populations on side. I think one of the things that the United States has not done well in a long time is make the case to the American people that this alliance is important to the American people's security. We used to do that. I grew up at a time when the politicians, the local politicians, the people running for Congress, the reading of the Senate, they would say things like, why do we need to send all this aid overseas when we've got the bridge over here that needs to be repaired, we got the highway that needs to be paid? And that would get people elected to Congress and get them elected to the Senate. But what would happen is the president, who was uniquely the person that represented the entire country and had no single constituency, would say, look, this needs to be done for our security, not just somebody else's security. And I think the American people would generally say, yeah, that's right, and they do it. And I think we need to do a better job of explaining to the American people what's at stake in the world than they might think. And it's their security. It's not just Japan's security or Australia's or anybody else's, it's our security. And I think all the help that we can get on that would be appreciated.
Thank you, sir. Ambassador Mamoto, would you like to add any thoughts to this question?
So my hope is that we had a kind of role and missions, and the U.S. Coming up with a big idea, and then Japanese receiving a sort of good idea, and then try to find the best ways to actually implement or making it a reality. And the Japanese system is not particularly good for coming up with a big idea. But I think in the past 10 years or so, we were sort of able to come up with some idea in the Pacific and so on. So maybe intellectual contribution. We hope that Japan can more make sort of intellectual contribution, ideas and suggestions, and that would make this a real sort of equal partner. So because the U.S. is a global power, and the U.S. has to take care of everything in the world. So we have to give a lot of input to the American side, so that together we have better idea and better strategy to deal with the situation and so on.
Thank you, Ambassador Yamamoto. I couldn't agree more. The intellectual contributions coming from Tokyo, MOFA, MOD, NSS, but also Embassy of Japan here in DC, to really explain why the alliance is so important to U.S. public and domestic audiences. It will be the staying power for us within the United States, continental United States, of why Japan is so important. I think to close out our discussion, I'd like to ask a two-part question. During your tenures and your careers, what really motivated you to become one of the, or three of the strongest advocates and caretakers of this alliance? And what advice would you have for current alliance managers who are within the bureaucracies today as we face different shared challenges? I'll start with you, Ambassador Umamoto-san, if that's all right.
The more you get to know about the alliance by doing all the work, the more convinced you become of the value. It's a really good bargain for Japanese, and also that is also the case with the Americans. And maybe the most successful bilateral alliance in history, perhaps. We fought war 8 years ago, and millions died. It's unthinkable. So I think that's why, despite all the difficulties, you have to spend hours and hours in the ministry. At some point, my wife and my children were so jealous that I spent so many hours with David Chair. But anyway, so. But anyway, there was very strong motivation that this is something that you have to do, because this is really a good thing.
Ambassador Shi?
We have to have young people be interested in foreign policy and interested in the relationships that the United States has with others. And I speak to a lot of college campuses, and I'm rejuvenated every time that I go because I see young people who are excited, that want to do something to make the world a better place, and they're frustrated with the politics. They're frustrated with politics, particularly in the United States. I'm frustrated with it too. But somehow, we have to make it attractive and inspire young people to want to do something in public service. And I think they want to do it too. And I think they're waiting to have their chance. And whatever we can do to get young people, young Japanese to come to the United States, young Americans to go to Japan and other places in the world, that will serve all our interests better. And it will pass on this wonderful tradition that we have in the United States and in Japan of the United States Japan Alliance. That's our hope for the future. And frankly, it's got to be the number one hope that we have in this relationship.
Thank you, sir. Professor Mack?
Well, I'll echo the same thoughts, which is we're talking about a defense alliance, which gets us into hardware and military budgets and a lot of such things, which are obviously crucially important. But the people-to-people aspects of it are equally important. I'll conclude with an anecdote that I mentioned to you. When I was a young professor, just got tenure at Harvard, and the work that I had done had not been on Asia or Japan at all. And I got an invitation from the Gaimai show saying, we'll offer you a 2-week, all expense paid tour of Japan because we're interested in getting young American professionals to pay more attention to Japan. And so I went and I had a marvelous time. I became totally infatuated with Japanese cuisine, with Kyoto and so forth. And I say I became a victim of Japanese soft power. but that made a difference. And when I did go into government, made a difference of how I perceived Japan. And so the idea of having more young Japanese in America and more young Americans in Japan is something I think we should think of as sort of the stabilizing forces for the U.S. Japan Security Treaty.
Thank you, Professor. And with that, I really want to thank all our panelists. So if everyone can join me in a round of applause. Thank you for your roles in revitalizing this alliance, and we'll look forward to your thoughts and the way you pour into our current and future generations of alliance caretakers. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
we are about to start our third panel, From FOIP to Global Partnership. I'm Ayumi Teraoka. I'm a postdoctoral research scholar at Columbia University. I'm very delighted to serve this excellent panel, and then what will become a really interesting conversation about the decade that really defined the current state of U.S.-Japan relationship. I also want to take the time to thank CSIS for organizing this wonderful conference, and also all the policymakers who really contributed to this relationship. But also, I also want to give kudos to all the professors and academics who teach the subject in classrooms, because otherwise, people like me wouldn't be continuing to pursue this subject in my academic career. And I think, and I also want to thank policymakers who are willing to speak to academics to share their experiences. And this, coming back to this question of wider understanding of the importance of relationship in public domain, I think everyone contributes to the strength of U.S. Japan Alliance. So this panel has excellent 4 speakers with tremendous insights and experience to share with us. So let me introduce them briefly. Right to me is Mr. Shotaro Yachi, who was Japan's first national security advisor, heading the National Security Secretariat from 2014 to 2019. Prior to his role, he served in various positions in foreign ministry, including Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs. He was in many ways the intellectual backbone of Prime Minister Abe's foreign and national security policy. Right to Mr. Yachi is Ambassador Dave Scheer, who currently teaches at Johns Hopkins SIS, was the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Asian and Pacific Affairs from 2014 to 2016. Before that, he was Ambassador to Vietnam. As a decades-long Foreign Service officer, he served across Asia and brings tremendous experience to on this relationship. Right to Ambassador Scheer is Mr. Tetsuro Kuroe, who has served almost 4 decades in Japan, what was used to be Japan Defense Agency, then upgraded to Japan Ministry of Defense, and he also served as Vice Minister of Defense from 2015 to 2017. Most recently, he also served on the panel of experts on the Japanese national security issues that Prime Minister Kishida convened before releasing the 3 defense papers in December 2022. Right to Mr. Kuroe is Mr. Randy Schreiber, who was Assistant Secretary of Defense for Indo-Pacific Security Affairs from 2018 to 2019. But he also served not just in Trump administration, he also served in Bush administration, Clinton administration, and is also a former active Navy intelligence officer and was served in Navy Reserve for 9 years. So thank you so much for convening today to share your experience. From 2012 to today really was marked by a lot of events, but ultimately led the relationship to be really upgraded, trusted relationship between the 2 key allies. It's really, so I will turn to Mr. Yachi first. But it's hard to think about this decade without the role of Prime Minister Abe, who ended up becoming Japan's longest serving Prime Minister in Japan's post-war history. When he came to office, though, nobody really expected that he will serve that for that long and become that visionary figure that people often talk about now. And you were in his National Security Secretariat, guiding that policy behind the scene. I wanted to ask you, as you support Prime Minister Abe and his foreign policy, national security policy, what did you find most challenging? What did you find most important in helping the leader achieve strategic objectives, despite all the domestic backlash, regional backlash, as he continues on his vision?
Okay. When he came back to power in December 2012, Japan was in turmoil, politically and economically. And Mr. Abe had a great difficult words to be expected. One is to have the long-standing government, because before him, there were 6 prime ministers in 6 years, although he was a starter of the group of 6 prime ministers. So he had some feeling the guilty feeling that he would like to have a long-standing government. And second is economic problems. Japan was suffering from the so-called six economic sufferings, including high yen rate and also high corporate tax rate, and so on. So he had to solve that problem by so-called Abenomics. And the third is his long-cherished idea on the strategic diplomacy. That was, I think he was most enthusiastic to promote that diplomatic initiative on strategy. And his strategic diplomacy were composed of three pillars. One is that to make the national security strategy, which was formulated in 2013, December, I'd say. And second one is establishing the National Security Council and its secretariat. And by the way, I was the first national security advisor, having around 70 excellent diplomats and also people from the Ministry of Defense and the Self-Defense Force, including Ambassador Yamada here, Minister Fujimoto, and also several former NSS people are working in this embassy, because this embassy, Japanese embassy in Washington, D.C., gathers the most excellent people from Japan in the diplomatic defense circle. And third is the top-level diplomacy. And Mr. Abe, against the expectation, he was in power for 7 years and 8 months. He went around the world 40 times around the globe and visited 176 countries and areas. And the top-level diplomacy was most successful. And one of the cases is his relationship with President Trump. And President Trump and Mr. Abe, the most friendly relationship which President Trump had in the world. And I think his top-level diplomacy has contributed to heighten the international prestige of Japan and also his own prestige and evaluation as Prime Minister. Now, I'll go back to the national security strategy. And in this national security strategy, that is the shape of the document, which included his long-cherished strategic ideas. One, well, actually, it's very difficult to translate into English, and I'm not quite sure how my memory goes well or not, but let me try. A proactive contribution to peace based on or in principle on international cooperation. Am I right? And second one is a foreign policy with global perspective. It says that in the panoramic perspective of the world map. Anyway, global diplomacy. And that is the two main pillars in that first pillar. And the focus was the exercise of the right of collective
Self-defense.
Security right.
Self-defense.
Self-right. Yes, self-defense. Self-defense. Sorry about that. this was considered, has been long, unconstitutional, but he tried that one when he was prime minister for the first time, but he couldn't make it. I was vice minister for foreign affairs, and I shared with him that we felt so sorry. And when he come back to the power, he really wanted to have that right, collective self-defense. And as a result of his and also our efforts, we could come to the conclusion, and also we could enact the law by which we could exercise that right in the certain limited circumstances. But anyway, we could make some breakthrough to our interpretation of the Constitution. Although the largest opposition party, the Constitutional Democratic Party, is still saying that that law includes against our obligation in the Constitution. And well, I don't know what will happen after the general election. This is the opposition party's position. The second, may I continue that?
Yeah, we will come back, but I think the
get...
proactive contribution to peace and having global perspective on foreign policy, and then also the revision of reinterpretation of constitutions to allow for the right to collective self-defense really went together to allow this concept of freedom and free and open Indo-Pacific concept to really spread and be embraced globally.
Yeah, so let me turn on the global perspective diplomacy. He took the initiative to propose the Indo-Pacific, free and open Indo-Pacific FOIP, and also Quad, and other initiatives for multilateral diplomacy, which were followed by Biden administration in the IPEF and PGII and PBP, that's Partnership for Blue Pacific, and so on. And I think that's quite successful. The point is that our diplomacy should not be limited to the just excellent U.S. Japan relationship. Without the global contribution by Japan, global contribution means that contribution to the international community, we could sustain the excellent bilateral relationship. That is what we thought during the second Abe administration. And about the National Security Council, that was composed of 4 ministers, including Prime Minister. And that was a very good place to share what we are doing, what we are seeing the world, international community, and those shared views were so important for those ministers related. And also, Secretariat of that National Security Council were so active to coordinate and to have the exchange of views among the senior officers of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Defense, and so on. And I think that objectively speaking, it has raised the speed and efficiency of decision-making process inside the government. Maybe let me stop it here.
Right.
Yeah, I took too long time.
Thank you so much. Yes, I think under Mr. Yachi's leadership, really Japan proved itself to be idea producer rather than just idea taker or resistor that it's only imposed by the rest of the globe. But looking from Washington's perspective, at the time, in the beginning of Obama administration, there was a concept of pivot to Asia, and then that was sort of refer back to the rebalance to Asia. You served in various capacities in Obama administration. Did you see pivot to Asia, rebalance to Asia, matching with what Japan was trying to see and how Japan was preparing itself to shape Asia? Did you see any convergence, divergence at the time? There's now a series of sort of critical assessments of pivot to Asia, rebalance to Asia today, 10 years after. How do you reflect on the beginning of Obama administration?
Thanks, Ayumi. Let me just start by saying I never thought when I joined the Foreign Service in 1982 that I'd be working with the same people for 30 years on both sides. But after you work with the same people for a few years, you, as Umemoto-san suggested, you develop an incredible level of trust. And it's trust, I think, which is the basis for effective diplomacy. Let me also say that I learned more from Umemoto-san about the management of public opinion and the relationship between domestic Japanese politics and Japanese foreign policy, with the exception possibly of Russ Deming. So I greatly appreciated my stint in Tokyo, 94 to 97. With regard to the rebalance, I think it's important to consider who put the balance in the rebalance. And I think that distinction belongs to Dr. Nye and Ambassador Armitage and Kurt Campbell as well. The 1995 East Asia Strategy Report issued by Dr. Nye, I think, was a balancing strategy. The balancing component of it was implicit. We could only make it implicit because we were improving relations with China at the time. But I think the balancing component was very important. I also think that it wasn't just about U.S. Japan Alliance, it was a regional strategy. And I think that I absorbed that as early as 1995, I think. And as an apprentice craftsman, I thought of, throughout my career, it was basically my job to implement the spirit and the substance of the 95 Nye report, as well as the subsequent Armitage Nye reports. They were certainly, had tremendous vision. And I think they informed everything we did on both sides. I would say that my rebalance began in March 2010, when a bunch of Chinese fishing vessels harassed the USNS Impeccable. I was really concerned. I was concerned about two things. I was concerned about the implications of increased Chinese assertiveness in the South China Sea, and I was concerned that the PACOM command would take this over and the civilians would have no say in American approach to South China Sea. So I shared all these concerns with Kurt Campbell. He certainly agreed with me, and I remember a meeting in February of 2010. We were discussing with Kurt the South China Sea, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he said, "I know. We'll have Secretary Clinton raise the South China Sea in Hanoi at the ASEAN Regional Forum meeting." So that was the genesis of Secretary Clinton's remarks, and the rest is history. On the rebalance itself, I think the rebalance, as I've suggested, is really an extension or a variation on American strategy in the region that we had implemented for decades. It's an intensification of that strategy, both in terms of diplomacy, military force posture, and economic policy. We actually had an economic policy called the Trans-Pacific Partnership during the Obama administration, and I always considered that an integral part of the rebalance. In Vietnam, I was in Vietnam from 2011 to 2014. There I was. I declared in my first press conference that we wanted a strong, prosperous, and independent Vietnam. I think the Vietnamese understood what independent meant immediately. It meant independent from China, and the ability for Vietnam and other Southeast Asians to develop the maneuver room they needed to pursue their own interests as vigorously as possible. I think that's a fundamental part of the rebalance. I think the Japanese understood this clearly. I think the interests embodied in the rebalance are totally consistent with Japanese interests, and that's why in Vietnam I engaged the Japanese embassy very intensively on the topic of Chinese presence in Southeast Asia in general, and also on the topic of cooperation in developing Vietnam's Coast Guard. So I think it was there that my thoughts on capacity buildings for our partners throughout the region took shape. And it was also, I think, a demonstration of the need for not only Washington and Tokyo to coordinate and cooperate very closely, but for our embassies on the ground to do the same. And I think I was successful at that with my Japanese counterpart, Ambassador Fukada.
When you joined Pentagon in 2014, at the time, Japan already reinterpreted the Constitution and was just about to start revision of guidelines. You've also oversaw guidelines revision process in 1990s. Did you sense that Japan in 2010s was much different? What was the allies conversation like if you compare them together?
When I arrived in OSD in 2014, Prime Minister Abe had basically already established the foundation for future progress. He'd done all the things that everyone here has talked about today. I'm not going to repeat them, including the cabinet decision on reinterpreting the Constitution. So on that basis, we began negotiations to revise the guidelines, which we issued in 2015. I don't remember any particular problems. I asked Kuroi-san this at breakfast. He couldn't remember any particular problems negotiating the guidelines either. Everything had been set up for us by our previous work together and by the actions of Prime Minister Abe. So I felt pretty good about going into the negotiations for that, and I felt even better welcoming Prime Minister Abe to Washington in April 2015. After we had announced the issuance of those guidelines. So that was an extremely gratifying moment in my career. It contrasts sharply, I think, with our effort on the 1997 guidelines. The 97 guidelines were negotiated with much less experience. On the Japanese side, much less, or on both sides actually, much less operational experience together. We were dealing with a crisis in Okinawa, so the relationship was much tenser. We got through it, but I would say that in 1996, we were much closer to Prime Minister Suzuki than we were to Prime Minister Abe.
I see. Great. Now I want to turn to Mr. Kuroi, who was leading these efforts within Japan about reinterpretation Constitution and also revising guidelines and passing security legislation. Leading the Ministry of Defense around that time, what did you find most challenging when you reflect on that process?
Well, thank you, Teraoka-san. And as you pointed out, there are many successful projects over the past decade or so. And all of these projects were so challenging and tough tasks especially for bureaucrats. But I think the biggest reason for these successes are public opinion. So the change of the public opinion is really, really important, as Ambassador Schiffer pointed out in the previous session. And there were two elements generated such kind of change of the public opinion. One is the challenges faced in the international environment. The other one is the difficulties faced in the domestic politics in Japan. And first one, in early 2010s, we were confronted with North Korea's aggressive nuclear and missile development and the rapid rise of China. And these challenges fostered a sense of caution among the Japanese public, and resulting in a growing support for stronger security policy in Japan. And in particular, Xi Jinping, who came into power in 2012, he advocated make China great again and shifted from soft diplomacy to assertive one. And facing these challenges of China, Japan and the United States became to share strong concerns on her. So it's a little bit ironically, it was President Xi who was one of the greatest driving forces in unifying the U.S. Japan perception of China and in encouraging the development of the alliance. And next, domestic politics. As all of you know, that the peace and security legislation was an extremely controversial issue in Japan because it is in change of the interpretation of the constitution itself. So in order to accomplish such a difficult task, it is essential to have a long-term, stable administration, as Yachi-san pointed out. And Prime Minister Abe had succeeded in building it. And one of the reasons of why he could formulate this was the public's disappointment with the previous DPJ government. That's my feeling.
At the same time, Ministry of Defense also works very closely with local communities who have to face the burdens of U.S. forward presence in Japan, especially in Okinawa. Could you just walk us through what you are working on with the local communities, and if you consider that as successes, what are the challenges for?
Yeah. So first, please allow me to speak in a little bit impolite way about DPJ. So, because I am one of the survivors of the nightmare days of DPJ. So I have to say that the DPJ's biggest mistake was the FTEMA relocation issue in Okinawa. And very generally speaking, it is inevitable that presence of the base will have more or less negative impacts on the local residents, such as noise and accidents and sometimes crimes and so on. And it is a responsibility of the Japanese government to mitigate those impacts as much as possible. And for that, the government needs to take a wide range of measures, from returning military land to providing subsidies for local economic development. Based on the cooperation with the United States and having the deep understanding of the local communities. But the DPJ, again, I'm sorry, but the DPJ was not, because the DPJ came to power so suddenly, so that they were not well prepared. So they launched a totally unfeasible policies without enough consultation with the United States and the local communities as well. But when the LDP returned the power in December 2012, this issue remained very sensitive between two countries. And Chief Cabinet Secretary Yoshihide Suga, who took charge of this issue, took a completely contrasting approach to that of the DPJ. So he has been in close contact, not only with the United States and also with Okinawa, and has steadily advanced reclamation work in Henoko, and while at the same time showing tangible results in the return of U.S. military land and infrastructure development in Okinawa Prefecture. The return of more than half of the northern training area in 2016 is a successful example. So, as the base impact mitigation and promotion of local economy became visible in Okinawa, the opposition movement gradually calmed down and Japan-US relations stabilized. So there is no doubt that Prime Minister Abe has been a key player in the dramatic progress of the alliance, but Secretary Suga, who has dealt with sensitive issues in a discreet but appropriate manner, has been a behind-the-scenes driving force in strengthening the alliance.
So it's a combination, Prime
Yes.
Minister advocate for global vision,
Yeah.
foreign policy arena, but Chief Cabinet Secretary really taking care of the local
Yes,
domestic
yes, on the
politics
ground.
to make sure that administration stays for 8 years.
Yeah.
That's the secret, right? So now I want to turn to Mr. Shriver. Trump administration was unique in many ways, but one particular feature was this friendship between Mr. Trump and Mr. Abe. Within that context, did you find contrasting sort of ways of managing alliance, especially because you have had experience in Bush and the Clinton era as well? Could you just reflect on how the alliance was managed during that time?
Yeah, well, thank you, Amy-san. And I'd be remiss if I didn't start by saying, what an honor it is to participate in this discussion and be amongst so many of the great alliance craftsmen, I guess we're saying now, of our time and era. In fact, I was reminded when Ambassador Kato and Secretary Armitage were seated next to one another. I think the first time Ambassador Yamada and I met was he was note-taking for Ambassador Kato, I was note-taking for Deputy Secretary Armitage. So eventually we all grow up, he goes on to do great and wonderful things, and I'm a humble think tanker. But the baton gets passed, you have it in your hand for a period of time, and then you pass it on. It's a pretty remarkable thing about this relationship. So yeah, the personal relationship was quite important. It was important not only because the region was trying to figure out this sort of unconventional, somewhat transactional, occasionally erratic leadership style. So through the conversations with Prime Minister Abe, I think that was he helped to interpret that even more broadly than beyond Japan. But it was also important because he was reflecting Japan and regional views back to President Trump. And at times, if something came up from the bureaucracy and made it into the Oval Office, it might be met with skepticism because it came from the bureaucracy and because it came from national security professionals. But if it came from Prime Minister Abe, you have to listen to that and take that pretty seriously. So it was very important. It was important in other ways too. We were readjusting in certain ways that reflected President Trump's priorities. And in some of those ways, we left some gaps that Japan was able to come in and fill. And I think it was already mentioned maybe last night about TPP. We promised a repeal and replace, and we did a repeal. And it was really Japan who took the mantle of leadership on the trade and economic issues. But look, I think there were some very positive things that came out of this unconventional presidency. One of which were the strategic documents that were created. We lifted the free and open Indo-Pacific from our Japanese friends. I think even a lot of Americans who were involved in the national security strategy and the national defense strategy didn't even know that. But we lifted it as a brand, we lifted it as a concept. We started rebranding, we renamed PACOM to Indo-Pacific Command. I inherited one title and we changed it. I became the first Assistant Secretary of Defense for Indo-Pacific Security. So, we started with strategic documents and a rebranding process, which I think started to bring us into even greater alignment with Japan. We were already quite closely aligned, but I think those were important and necessary steps. Even when I was in office, and I continue to say it today, the Trump administration, when it came to security and traditional military issues in the Indo-Pacific, was really more evolutionary than revolutionary. I mean, it sounds funny to say because there's such a stark contrast in rhetoric and, particular issues like burden sharing. But in fact, we very much viewed our work as a continuation of the work of the Obama administration, the very good work of the Obama administration. And so, our sort of mindset was let's make the pivot more meaningful and make it more real. Let's continue the rebalance within the rebalance and the work in Southeast Asia. And so I think, when you have a job like I had, nobody elected me to anything. But, you know, we have this unconventional president who's willing to do different things. He's willing to do bold things. So, you know, let's take advantage and leverage that. So I think his willingness to be more blunt and direct about the China challenge was an opportunity for us, and just the streams and convergence of people, events, and policies and resources. I think that really helped to drive further alignment with Japan and got us into much more meaningful and granular conversations in areas that were previously taboo. I mean, by the time I was leaving, we were talking about a bilateral military plan related to contingencies in Taiwan. Now, 95, 96, I believe the term was the areas surrounding Japan. What's that? Situation in areas around Japan. That's an awkward way of saying Taiwan or North Korea, but no, we were allowed to say North Korea. So, you know, I think that work on the documents, which then led to alignment and the more granular discussions on these really important contingencies. I think the resourcing too, you know, raising defense budgets, you know, we've got a lot of money at DoD, probably not enough if anybody's listening from Congress out there, but really also kind of the reapportionment and the vision of a rebalance when it comes to resources too. You know, we used to say we're the priority theater, priority challenge, but we don't get any of the stuff or any of the money. And it's taken a while, but I think, you know, President Trump's determination to end endless wars and work with the Congress on things like the Pacific Deterrence Initiative, all these efforts, FMF now, we're looking at a better apportionment of FMF with partners like the Philippines. All of that has taken time, but I think it was initiated in earnest in the Trump administration. So I think the personal relationship is important, but there are a lot of other factors that helped us kind of plow through a time that was challenging for sure, but I do think we did find the opportunity to leverage the chances that were given to us. You know, even things that were very unconventional, like meeting the North Korean leader in Singapore and Hanoi. You know, I recall coming out of the summit meeting, and the first meeting that Matt Pottinger and I had was with Mr. Yachi, who had pre-positioned at the hotel in Singapore, and that was our Yamada-san, you were with him as well, and that was our first meeting. It was that important to us. Well, obviously that important to them that they'd come to Singapore and look for that opportunity to meet us, but it was that important to us that they were the first to get the full debrief, literally from the room to their ears. So, you know, I think that trust that was built over time, the relationships that were built over time, the institutional relationships, all of that augmented that personal relationship you asked me about.
This is great. You're all talking to this, you know, continuing bipartisanship in the balance strategy that has continued to go on since 1990s, and perhaps even earlier. But you also alluded to this convergence of perceptions about China challenge. And that was not inevitable in the beginning of 2010s, beginning of Abe administration. I just wanted to invite all of you to comment on how you worked to converge perceptions, understanding of how U.S. and Japan should approach the rise of China, or what the rise of China means to both countries. Do you have any episodes or stories that you could share with us about how you managed that process? If that was successful, what helped to really converge them? I mean, Ambassador Scheer already talked to this, you know, already very visible activities in the South China Sea that's helping to bring the conversation forward. But if you could comment on this China challenge and convergence of threat perceptions.
Sure. One of my principles as a diplomat was always to keep the Japanese informed as much as possible about what I was doing. And I did that when I was working directly on Japanese affairs, and I did it when I wasn't directly working on Japanese affairs. When I was director of the China desk and the 2010 incident happened, I kept the Japanese embassy informed of what we were doing and what we were thinking. And I think that certainly allows the Japanese not only to know our intentions, but to base their own approach on a better understanding of what we're thinking and doing. That's always been a basic principle of what done as a diplomat. And I kept that up throughout my tenure as Assistant Secretary as well.
What about you, Mr. Yachi?
Yeah. I felt a kind of a perception or awareness gap between the U.S. and Japan on China, particularly before the year of 2010. The United States, my counterpart, have not been so serious about the threat of China. Maybe Japan is closer to China than the United States, and also the military gap between the US and China was still very huge at that time. So we told the American friend that look at the South China Sea, and there was, the making of the artificial island, and also militarizing those islands. And the American friends said, well, don't worry. In the emergency, we can strike them at once, so don't worry. What we are worried about is not that emergency type, but the usual transfer or the navigation there. And naturally, small countries would suffer from that kind of presence of Chinese military. And then I think around the year of 2010, after United States has become more keen on Chinese threat, and I think that our perception gap has narrowed so much, I would say. And in my case, I was assigned to the National Security Advisor in January 2014, and particularly under the Republican government, General McMaster and also Dr. Bolton was so keen on the China's threat, and we could have a very useful exchange of views. Not only the China, but also which is going, there was North Korea's nuclear development, and we are very much serious about it, and we have been discussing how to deter, how to make them stop their nuclear disarmament, and famous as CBID, and I don't remember exactly the expression now anymore, but we have been talking about the CBID, and always we have had a very close consultation, and Mr. Yamada had a very good communication with Mr. Pottinger, and that was a really great one. And trying to say very frankly, we want to follow the President Trump's sleeves in Japanese expression. Don't go too much for the North Korean side, and CBID must be maintained at least among the both governments, that kind of things. Well, unfortunately, the nuclear development by North Korea is still going on, and China is also getting more aggressive advancement, and also by the One Belt and One Road initiative, they are still more aggressive. And well, in my perception, China is now seeking for the hegemonic status instead of U.S. hegemony. And of course, we have to see the geopolitical change which China is going to do in the South China Sea and Indian Ocean and so on. And well, on that point, I think now there is sort of a common position between the two governments, of course, U.S. and Japan. And I think it's in a very good shape for a consultation or a dialogue between the two governments.
Right, consultation always helps to build trust and then narrow the gap in perceptions. Do you have any comments on both of them?
May I?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I have an impression that there were some kind of optimistic view on China, not only in U.S. side, but also the Japanese side. For example, in U.S. side, I myself have not experienced directly the perception gap with you, you know. But around 2010 or so, 2012 or so, one of my colleagues of the Joint Chief of Staff, Joint Staff Office, complained that he felt a difficulty in discussing with the U.S. counterparts on how to deal with China. Perhaps because they were influenced by the political leadership of United States. So this gives me some kind of impression that the early Obama administration was rather optimistic about China. But at the same time, in Japan, there were some Japanese politicians had also some mysterious way of thinking, mysterious idea, such as equilateral triangle theory. That means the relationship between Japan, China, and the US should be equilateral triangle. I cannot understand that. Or vague idea of East Asian community. So both sides, there are some, to some extent, optimistic. But again, Xi Jinping has swept away such delusions from both Japan and the US. That's my impression.
His major contribution, yes.
Well, I might caveat, I agree with that 100%, but might caveat at the end a little bit. I do note that when Xi Jinping went to San Francisco and went to a meal with U.S. CEOs, he got several standing ovations from American CEOs. So I think that hasn't been completely extinguished in the United States nor in Japan. Maybe they're on their back feet a little bit. But I think it's still part of the discussion. Yeah, I think in the security, defense, military space, a great deal of convergence, but we are moving into areas that are a little more contentious as we look, for example, at export controls and harmonization of that. I think the Biden administration and the Japanese deserve great credit for what was agreed to with respect to implementation of export controls in the semiconductor space. It frankly doesn't work unless you get the United States and Japan, and in this case, Netherlands, together. But we're still arguing about some of those details, right? And you know, that'll continue to be a slog as we look at things like outbound investment controls, capital controls, as we look at expanding beyond semiconductors to bio and healthcare and the like. So I think this aspect is very important to keep in mind, and that there may be a Washington consensus that's bipartisan, there may be a Tokyo government and elite consensus, but we still have to be partnered together for the broader fight with the public and the business interests if we're going to make that progress.
I'm conscious of the time, but so I will limit to my last question. So looking at the future of U.S. Japan Alliance, and this will be a good segue to next panel where we have discussion on this question, but I want also get your views about where Alliance should be going in your view. So to Mr. Shriver and Mr. Crowe, I want two of you to kind of identify the challenges the Alliance still faces. Randy already touched on some of the disagreements on, or some sensitive questions about how to deal with China. But you could also identify some of the military, economic, diplomatic challenges that you anticipate. Please comment. And then for those two here, I also like to pose some questions that are raised by new Prime Minister in Tokyo, Prime Minister Ishiba. He has some ideas that he has backed up recently, establishing Asian NATO, revising SOFA, putting Japanese self-defense forces in Guam. But these ideas, even if they're not implemented, they kind of reflect on this enduring desire from some Japanese voices to establish equality in the U.S. Japan Alliance. I wonder if you could touch on how to deal with this question. What you see as where the equality should stand in the future. So I will start with Randy.
Sure. Well, I did touch on some of the challenges related to keeping coordinated and harmonized in the economic trade space. I think we're at an interesting juncture in the military alliance, and in a way we've done. This may sound funny, but we may have done the easy part with the declaratory policies and outlining intentions, and because really the effort now is at implementation. And so Japan doubling defense budgets, introducing counterstrike, which by the way to the untrained eye looks a lot like strike, but we'll say counterstrike. Doctrinal changes, joint command, all of this. This is all new, and it's all going to be implemented at a time where we don't sort of have the luxury of taking as much time as we might like. It has to be done in the context of a regional security environment that's getting more serious. So I think questions about having a more equal alliance and a more capable alliance partner. What does that look like in particular known contingencies, the roles and missions piece, all of that? That's really difficult work, and it's really important work. So I would say the challenges aren't one about alignment or direction, it's about this implementation phase.
Well, Randy has already covered the important area, but I want to add the one thing. We cannot ignore the growing nuclear threat. And it is an urgent issue to improve the credibility of the U.S. extended deterrence capability. From this perspective, the fact that the first bilateral ministerial level meeting on this issue was held in this July of this year is of great significance, I think. And I'd like to add one last thing. It is the importance of the commitment of political leaders. Now, Japan is in the general election, and the U.S. is in the presidential election. So, whoever comes to power in both countries, I would expect them to demonstrate the strength of the alliance, not to emphasize the difference of opinion between two countries. So, in that context, I really hope our Prime Minister Ishiba, not hope, I believe, he's flexible enough to change a little bit about his own worth.
On equality in the alliance, when I came into the Foreign Service, there was a generation of people in U.S. government above me who believed that the U.S. should serve as the cork in the bottle, basically, as a restraining influence on the Japanese role in the military, particularly a Japanese military role in the area. And that just never worked for me. Since I worked in Embassy Tokyo as a Paul Mill officer, political military officer from 1994 to 1997, it's always seemed to me that what we should be doing is working together to improve our ability to plan, train, and operate together as allies. And we've come further over the past 10 years in doing that than I think we did in the previous 20 years at least, or the previous 30 years perhaps. So I'm pretty satisfied with the level of progress in the relationship. I think we've got a lot of work to do on implementation, as Kuroi-san suggested. If in an ideal world, as equal allies, we would conclude an agreement similar to NATO Article 5. An attack on one country is an attack on the other. But I understand the restraints that Japanese public opinion puts on that, and I'm willing to continue achieving progress as we have in the past, and as we have so successfully over the past 10 years.
Last words.
Okay, about the new Prime Minister Ishiba's view, which was publicized in the some think tank here, and well, my comment is very simple. I don't want to criticize the new Prime Minister in front of the public place like this, including non-Japanese. And also, I would like to say that I'm not so much worried about the bilateral relationship between the two countries. And what I'm worried about is the domestic politics of both countries. And in this country, because of some domestic reasons, I'm afraid you are going into the direction of inward-looking direction, which I'm worried. I really want United States remain the global leader in the international community. I would like to draw your attention to the famous Arbitrage Denial report, which was issued in 2012, actually. And that report said that Japan is at crossroad of whether Japan would remain the first-tier country or maybe go down to the second-tier country. That was a very provocative and shocking one. And because of the mainly Mr. Abe's great effort, as many people mentioned, I think we are now can say that we are trying to remain the first-tier nation. And also, I'm worried about the domestic politics in my country. And we don't have a strong leader like Mr. Abe. That is a very difficult and difficult question. And I'm not quite sure in the coming up general election, maybe the conservative coalition government cannot maintain the majority. And in that case, maybe some reshuffling and so on. And anyway, confusion will be coming. And that's what I'm worried about. But the important thing is that those domestic reasons should not injure the future of U.S.-Japan relationship. We must be united to keep and strengthen our bilateral relationship.
Great, thank you so much. I have probably a few minutes for one question. If not, we can segue into the next session after lunch. But please join me giving a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues.
All right, well, welcome back, everyone. Please continue to enjoy your meals. My name is Nick Cheney. I'm a vice president in the Geopolitics and Foreign Policy Department and a senior fellow with the Japan Chair here at CSIS. And it's really an honor and a privilege to participate in this special event, but also introduce you to some scholars who are going to offer their thoughts on the theme of this panel, which is how we carry the alliance agenda forward. We've heard this morning how the alliance relationship has evolved over the decades, from focusing strictly on bilateral issues to thinking more strategically about regional cooperation in Asia, all the way to today, where the alliance agenda is truly global. And so we can't cover the full horizon, but my colleagues here are gonna tee up some themes as food for thought, no pun intended, as we think about the future of this important relationship. So let me introduce them to you and we'll get going. To my immediate right is Shino Watanabe, who's a professor in the Faculty of Global Studies at Sophia University. To her right is Sayuri Rome, senior fellow in the Indo-Pacific program at the German Marshall Fund. On the far end is Adam Liff, who's associate professor of East Asian International Relations at Indiana University and the director of the 21st Century Japan Politics and Society Initiative at the Hamilton Luger School at Indiana. And joining us virtually from Tokyo in the middle of the night, for which we are very grateful, although he's based here in DC, is Masashi Murano, senior fellow in the Japan Chair at the Hudson Institute. So what I've asked my colleagues to do is to articulate two themes or issue areas where we really need to especially focus our attention going forward. And then time permitting, we'll open it up for you for some questions. So let's get going. Watanabe Sensei, over to you. Welcome.
Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. And actually, we have covered so many issues in the previous rich sessions. But because this is a session for the future, I would like to talk a little bit different. And then, of course, you know that international environment surrounding the U.S. Japan Alliance today is very different from the past. And there are so many ways, but I just want to pick up a couple of issues. First one, I would say economic security has become an important part of the Japan-U.S. Security arrangement because sources of threats are expanding, both conventional and unconventional. But economic security is actually very tricky in many ways. And of course, it involves so many actors. The traditional foreign policy establishment, of course, plays a significant role. But in addition to that, there are many other relevant actors. For instance, policy professionals from other government agencies, such as Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, like METI, or even like a Ministry of Finance, MOF, and also Japan Coast Guard, and also Japan Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport, Tourism, and so forth. At the same time, because economic security is all about economics, business community is a significant player as well. And also we have to consider other relevant players such as local governments. These are just examples, but you can see how diverse major actors of economic security is. So like at this moment, we might have to think about more opportunity to enhance like communication and even collaboration between the traditional policy establishment and other relevant actors. I think this is an important element if we think about the future of the U.S.-Japan Security Alliance. And then second point is also related to my first point, but enhancing communication and collaboration among relevant actors in Japan and the U.S. counterpart will be necessary for preparing for Taiwan contingency. As you might know, of course, the most important urgent task is to strengthen the capability, deterrence, and also response capabilities of the Japan-U.S. alliance. Of course, I totally understand that. At the same time, if you look at the Chinese policy of peaceful unification of Taiwan, it indicates China does not want to necessarily wage a military war against Taiwan to unification. What China really wants is to avoid U.S. intervention into Taiwan affairs. That is the first priority for China. If you think about this way, perhaps maybe if something happens, Taiwan contingency could take a form of gray zone operation rather than military activities. So if that's the case, the situation could be more like murky. And then if it happens, it's just assumption, but if some Taiwan contingency occurs, and if military-led response we make, that could give China a pretext, justification to escalate things into a military conflict. In other words, we have to be very careful to respond to a gray zone operation by China if it happens. So, but in that case, also, not only the military actor, but also non-military actor can play a significant role. So that's why I stress the importance of enhancing cooperation and communication among the traditional policy establishment and military as well as non-military actors. I will stop here. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Shino. I really appreciate your emphasis on economic security because, as you point out, it's going to have to involve more stakeholders, including experts in the private sector, which is a policy development in Japan that we're all watching with great interest, and in parallel will have to take place with American partners here. And on Taiwan, certainly a lot of emphasis on military conflict, but gray zone also critical. So I appreciate you flagging both of those issues. Sayuri, please.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Nick, Chris, and everyone at CSIS for including me in this really exciting conversation. And it's really interesting to have this discussion now as we prepare for elections in both countries and also change of administrations in a few months. So, of course, there are countless areas where Japan and the U.S. can work more together. But today, I'd like to draw your attention to two issues that are on my mind a lot. One of them is addressing and countering disinformation together. And the second one is how to improve and strengthen extended deterrence, which was mentioned in the previous panel. So first of all, for disinformation, of course, the threat of disinformation has been growing. It's a major challenge, but why is it so crucial to talk about it? It's because one of the objectives of disinformation is to undermine democracy, it's to damage U.S. credibility and commitment in the region. It's also to drive a wedge between the U.S. and its allies, including Japan. So it's extremely dangerous at all times, but especially during election time, as you all can imagine, and in the age of misused AI or deep fakes that can go viral on social media at the drop of a hat. It's really, really important for Japan and the US to tackle this together, especially as public opinion can be easily swayed both in the US and in Japan by these false narratives or distorted narratives. And if it's not addressed, I think it's going to have disastrous consequences. So the initial steps have been taken by the US and Japan last year, but I think we need to do more, especially during peacetime. And I think that is something that's connected to what Shino-san said, gray zone and murkiness of pre-conflict, right? So I think we need more of a coordination between the US and Japan on how to tackle this information. We need a strategy on clear and consistent messaging using the same kind of language, same kind of terminology together, maybe reinforced by the establishment of some kind of joint task force or initiative to monitor and to keep track of this information manipulation during peacetime. We also need some more systematic efforts, both in Japan and in the United States, to educate the general public, how to think critically on how to consume sources, how to use them, and also we would need more engagement between the governments and the civil society, because what disinformation does is also create distance and create mistrust between society and governments. So I think that's something that, that we need to do. And if the US and Japan do take these steps in the future, I think we can ensure better alignment between Japan and NATO countries, for example. We can ensure better alignment between Japan and the US specifically on the Taiwan issue. But also, we can improve how the US and Japan deal with the Global South. The Global South is very vulnerable also to disinformation campaigns by China. So yeah, combating this issue together is very urgent, and because this information is really subtle, we need to do something before we have this distance between the US and Japan and other allies. Very briefly on extended deterrence. So of course there has been an extended deterrence dialogue regularly between Japan and the US since 2010, twice a year. But now is the time to really bolster that mechanism. It is encouraging, and this was mentioned in the previous panels, that there have been some ministerial level meeting this summer in July. And I think we need to continue that kind of high-level meeting, specifically talking about extended deterrence. And we need constant efforts to promote a deeper understanding of issues relevant to deterrence, including nuclear deterrence. This is really essential to keep high credibility of the US commitment and keep Japan reassured, of course. And it's especially important as new administrations in both countries take over in the next few months. So we need that continuation and that momentum. We can also incorporate some upgrades, like maybe taking some inspiration from the South Korean dialogue with the US on the nuclear consultative group this past year. So that could be an option, and also that kind of bilateral extended deterrence dialogue that could be augmented to expanded to a trilateral or beyond with Australia, which was also a theme this morning. I think the US and Japan should discuss these matters more frequently and more openly between them, so that there are no surprises, especially on the operational level. And talking about the operational level, it would be good to integrate more of the operational discussion on how the SDF can support and complement US forces in the region. So TTXs playing out nuclear scenarios even after a nuclear attack could be something that needs to be done a little more. And lastly, I'd like to mention that it would be really important to strengthen the Japanese public's knowledge about security issues and about alliance, including talking about nuclear issues. There has been a shift in the public opinion since the times of nuclear issues being a taboo in Japan, but still there is a sharp divide between communities in Japan who focus exclusively on disarmament other communities who look at deterrence. So I feel like the US and Japan could work together to put forward a more public debate, open public debate on these nuclear issues. And this is a debate that is also vulnerable to disinformation. So I think there needs to be done a little more on this front as well. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I was particularly struck by your emphasis on coordinating with other allies and partners in the region on a challenge like disinformation, and the fact that it's a global challenge. And I think that really captures the direction that this alliance relationship is heading, that we can tackle issues bilaterally, but because the US and Japan are leaders in a much broader strategic context, we should be coordinating more closely with other countries to get to the unified, clear messaging that you are emphasizing. And I totally agree with you on extended deterrence and the need not only to reassure Japan, but to have a more active public dialogue about what it means, and not just nuclear deterrence. Shameless plug, but we here at CSIS hosted an event on this topic just the other day, and for those who are interested, I would recommend it to you. And that's just our way of trying to contribute to this process. So thank you for your interventions. Masashi, I'm going to turn to you. I can't see you, but hopefully I can hear you. Are you with us?
Yeah, I can hear you very clearly.
Okay, well maybe we can turn up the volume a little bit so we can hear you clearly. I really appreciate you joining us. And again, just a couple of thoughts, a couple of priorities that you think require distinct emphasis as we're moving forward.
Again, thank you very much for inviting me today. Also, I apologize that I won't be able to attend there in person. I'm currently in Japan waiting for the visa renewal process to be completed, which means that I still need to finish the interview at the U.S. Embassy in Tokyo. So if Ambassador Emanuel is still watching this event, I would be greatly appreciated if you could please take care of the procedure of that day goes smoothly. Anyways, now as Sayuri-san mentioned, dialogue between Japan and the United States on extended deterrence has developed greatly over the past 15 years. The first ministerial level meetings on these issues was held in conjunction with the recent 2+2 meeting. Given that the discussions are becoming more multi-layered, with staff level meetings supporting the ministerial level meetings. So which means that the software for the extended deterrence between Japan and the United States is becoming similar to NATO's nuclear planning group, and the NPG. So, and it is also said that Japan and the United States have begun discussions on formulating the guidelines for the nuclear operations. These are the major progresses. However, there are also the things we have not conducted yet. The Sayuri-san mentioned about the public outreach about the extended deterrence, but I would like to emphasize on the importance of the operational integration. One of them is the discussion of the allied conventional nuclear integration, or more precisely to say, what roles and missions the JSDF's conventional forces will play in the U.S. nuclear deterrence campaigns and its operations. For example, after North Koreans' missile launches, it has long been a regular practice between U.S. and Japan for U.S. strategic bombers and JASDF fighters to conduct joint flight training exercises. However, these joint exercises or drills are not photogenic. Exactly, it looks very cool, but they are not tied to the actual nuclear operational planning, as they do not involve the coordination of the procedures and the targeting of the nuclear strike by U.S. strategic bombers. This is a significant difference with the NATO's Steadfast Noon exercises and the SNOWCAT, the program. It's the acronym of the support of the nuclear operations with conventional air tactics. So therefore, I think that we need to initiate the operational integration regarding the extended deterrence. For example, that we should be able to start the training in which Japanese Air Self-Defense Forces tankers provide aerial refueling for B-52s and B-2s. In a situation of the raising tension, such as the contingencies or in the actual wartime, landing U.S. strategic bombers at the bases in Japan carries the risk of being targeted by the Chinese or North Korean missiles. But if the aerial refueling, it will reduce the vulnerability while strengthening the visible deterrence with us. So this kind of the cooperation also encouraged to the U.S. side to share more detailed information of its nuclear operation with Japan. So this has some three advantages. First one is reducing the operational vulnerability of bombers. The second, demonstrating our collective resolve. And third, the promoting information sharing on U.S. nuclear operations with allies. And apart from the consultation and the tabletop exercises, the extended deterrence dialogue has also included the day of the site visit. The next EDD, which will be held at the end of this year, I believe, which will be hosted by the Japanese side. So, and they will probably visit some bases in Japan, but it is not necessarily to limit themselves to just a site visit. So this is kind of the refueling support should be able to be conducted immediately if the both political leaders gave mandate. I think that this is a more viable and the beneficial options than eye-catching phrases like something sharing or something introduction. One more thing I would like to propose regarding operational integration between us is the further integration of the logistics that supported some potential protracted operations in the peacetime and the contingencies. As has become clear, it is in the case of the Ukraine and Israel. In the modern warfare, the missile interceptors such as a Patriot or SM-3 can be exhausted in just a few days or weeks due to some saturation attack by potential adversaries. With regard to the air defense missiles, a more efficient joint production scheme is being developed through the DICAS, which was initiated by Ambassador Emanuel. But there are still barriers, a lack of transparency in the supply chains and the logistical networks of both countries. For example, how many rounds of our interceptors and munitions each country has and where it is located is one of the most sensitive pieces of military intelligence. And until now, has been considered to something not to be shared, even among allies. But as the U.S. National Defense Strategy Commission pointed out, we no longer have that luxury to keep such information contained, as we must deal with to raise the risk of the potential simultaneous or successive multi-theater war. So we needed to transparency into each other's the logistics and the supply chains, and to this end, the urgently needed to develop and adapt federated logistics management tools. So of course it will be very difficult for United States and Japan to immediately adapt exactly same management tools. So I think that it will be the first step to develop something like an interface software that links to the logistics management tools of the equivalent services, such as between the US Navy and the US MSDF, or between the US Air Forces and the Japanese Air Self-Defense Forces. So that's my suggestion. I stop here.
Great, thanks, Masashi. Well, first of all, for what it's worth, I think you're very trustworthy. And so we hope to have you back in DC very soon. I really appreciate your thoughts, not just on the theme of extended deterrence, but a parallel theme, which we've heard in different contexts over the course of the morning, which is the importance of alliance integration moving forward. And you emphasized alliance integration in the context of how Japan is going to contribute to U.S. extended deterrence. And I appreciate you offering concrete examples, such as more work on logistics. So I really appreciate that. Let's now turn to Adam to extend the baseball metaphor. You're batting cleanup, so you're under some pressure. But I think you're going to hit a home run because it's playoff season. So over to you, Adam. Thank you for joining us.
Loaded. Thanks, Nick. Thanks for the introduction. Nick and Chris, thank you for the invitation. I'd also like to give a shout out to Lauren and both CSIS staff and Japan Foundation for putting on this wonderful event. It's truly extraordinary, and it's an honor to be here, so thank you. So let me start by saying that as someone who has been researching, teaching, and writing on the U.S. Japan Alliance for 2 decades now, my senior thesis was an analysis of the 2004 National Defense Program Guidelines, inspired by one of my mentors, Dan Okimoto at Stanford. It's really extraordinary to sit through the discussions this morning and reflect on how far the Alliance has come over the past 2 decades. But also, as the ambassador noted this morning, it's extraordinary to reflect on how far the Alliance has come over the last 2 or 3 years. And so that's thanks largely to many of the people in this room. A lot of the things that were already said, a lot of the things that those of us on the outside were flagging just a few years ago as issues that needed more attention are already a topic of mainstream discussion. We could Taiwan Strait, the gap between resourcing and ambitions in the security space, defense budgets, command and control defense industry. It's a long list, and there's a lot that we could talk about. The Alliance agenda has expanded significantly, and rightly so. For any students watching online, just look at the April U.S.-Japan Summit statement. It is not a short document. It is a document that indicates exactly how ambitious this relationship has become, and I think it's truly, truly extraordinary. So rather than foot stomp on some of the priorities that are already getting a lot of attention within the Alliance and within discussions among those in this room, I'd like to flag 2 items that I think are not getting enough attention, and at least not as much as they probably should. But when one thinks about the truly disturbing trend lines in the region, both strike me as important for ensuring the robustness of deterrence going forward, but also for sustaining the human connections and the expertise on Japan in this country that are essential to maintaining and strengthening the U.S.-Japan Alliance in the decades to come. So first, and I know this can be a little bit of an uncomfortable topic, but I think the prospect of a simultaneous conflict in the region needs to get far more attention in the U.S.-Japan Alliance context than it currently does. I'm not saying that it's likely, but the risk has increased and it's higher today than at any point in recent decades. Anyone familiar with the events of June 1950 or in the middle of the 1990s knows that simultaneous conflict has been something of a concern, but the combination of worsening frictions today simultaneously, both on the Korean Peninsula and across the Taiwan Strait, coupled with some truly unsettling developments in the Russia-China-North Korea relations, make this something that we need to think about more actively, and that I think we also need to more proactively involve other partners in the region in those discussions. I've recently completed a book manuscript on U.S. allies in the Taiwan Strait, and at risk of gross oversimplification, I'll just say that over the last year and a half, the kinds of conversations and the directions they go in Taipei versus Seoul versus Tokyo, very, very different, and I think deserving of more attention. Now, when I've raised this topic of simultaneous contingency in U.S.-Japan Alliance conversations, over the past year, the conversation very quickly shifts to other things. Few people seem to want to talk about it. I completely understand some of the reasons why, but to be frank, I'm concerned that that's a mistake. The second thing I'd like to highlight may seem to go a bit beyond the scope of this panel, but as some of the folks in this room know very well, it's very important to me, and I think it's very important to essential a robust and sustainable alliance relationship in the years ahead. And simply put, I'm extremely concerned at this point about the accelerating disappearance at major U.S. universities of faculty positions in courses on U.S.-Japan relations, Japanese foreign policy. If current trends continue, the already scarce opportunities that exist today for young college students like me, way back in the day, in America to learn about the importance of Japan's role in the world, the importance of the U.S.-Japan relationship for the United States, is set to rapidly dwindle in the coming 10 to 15 years. And I think it's important to note here that DC and Cambridge and Palo Alto and Seattle, major coastal universities, are not representative of how things look elsewhere in the country. The problem is already severe, particularly severe where I come from, the heartland, the Midwest, and I think it's extremely important that students across America, all of America, have the same opportunities that I had. Unfortunately, the vast majority of them today have no chance to even take a single course or attend a speaker series on Japanese foreign policy or U.S.-Japan relations. Now, I'm an academic, so let me now back up that claim with some hard data. In the decade, so we heard from Joseph Nye and Richard Armitage earlier today, in the decade between 94-95, the year of the Nye Initiative was born, and when Secretary Armitage left the Bush administration in 2005, the top 100 U.S. universities collectively hired into tenure-track positions over a dozen experts with primary expertise on Japanese foreign policy, over a dozen in a 10-year period. In stark contrast, over the past decade, those same top 100 U.S. universities have collectively hired 0 such faculty, 0. Several notable recent retirements have also not led to replacement hires. So in short, the vast majority of tenure-track faculty currently teaching on Japanese foreign policy at U.S. universities got their PhDs 2 or more decades ago. Project 10 to 20 years out into the future, and hopefully it's clear why I see this as a potentially looming crisis. Now, one need only think about the huge impact on alliance discussions since the 1990s of many leading Japanese foreign policy experts with roots in academia, people like Mike Green, Sheila Smith, Mireya Solis, to appreciate what the absence of scholars like that at U.S. universities could mean for the future of the relationship. It's not just about training future PhDs who become professors or think tankers. It's also about the impact that those educators have in the classroom, inspiring thousands of students and citizens who vote to understand and appreciate the U.S.-Japan relationship, Japanese politics, whatever the case may be, over the course of a decades-long career. And especially today, as Japan does more and more in the region and in the world, both with and independent of the United States, the U.S. is going to need not only scholars and think tankers and government officials who are Japan hands, but also media and business and civil society leaders to really understand not only the importance of the U.S.-Japan relationship itself, but also the nuances of Japan's evolving domestic politics and policy debates, and I think that's not sufficiently appreciated today in the United States. Now, in my conversations with many of the leading lights today, their interest in Japan traces back to an experience or a class they had in college or a mentor. In short, I see the accelerating disappearance of my field at major U.S. universities as a really fundamental and long-term challenge for the alliance, and one deserving of a lot more attention than it currently receives. So, Nick, there's a lot more that we could talk about on this panel, but I think I want to put it on my university professor hat and flag that as something that I think folks, not just in D.C., but really across the United States and Japan need to be aware of so we can try to tackle it and reverse the tide together. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. I want to have a dialogue about that, how we nurture the next generation. We'll get into that in a second. But on the other topic you mentioned, simultaneous contingency scenario, I think that's a prominent example of why U.S., Japan, South Korea trilateralism is so important, and why it's in our shared strategic interest to continue that framework moving forward. And again, on all the issue areas we've been discussing, this alliance relationship is about networking habits of cooperation, sharing information, developing shared, consistent messaging, Your example really amplifies that. But let's focus the time that we have remaining on this issue of how we nurture the next generation, because you all have really variety of experiences and a lot of ideas to contribute, I'm sure. Masashi, why don't we start with you? Just a few thoughts on what our obligation is to get more people to study and to be interested in this relationship. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. It may sound paradoxically, but it is almost echo of the Watanabe Sensei's comment in the beginning. I think that it is important to get young experts in functional areas to understand the significance of the U.S. Japan Alliance. I am not underestimating of the alliance experts or regional experts in any way. Exactly that I am one of the products. Lots of the university's professors and the policy experts in from the both countries, including Professor Toshi Nakayama, something like him. However, the crises we will face in the next decades cannot be prevented or fought without experts in, for example, nuclear experts, cyber experts, AI, the mission engineering, and the economic security, etc. So there will be the need to more efforts to be bridging the gap between the functional experts and the regional experts. And also as Adam says, in order to respond to the inter-theater or cross-theater simultaneous crises, we need to make the European and the Middle Eastern experts aware of the Indo-Pacific region. For the several years now, whenever I hosted some event or workshop at our institute, even if it is a bilateral event with Japan and the United States, I always try to invite the participants from the Taiwan and South Korea, because that if they understand the importance of the U.S. Japan Alliance, at some point I believe that they will naturally realize that to the necessity to set aside a seat for the Japanese participant, that even when they host the events or actual consultation between the U.S. ROK or the U.S. Taiwan. So that those kind of multi-layered initiatives should be needed for the next, to the promoting to the next generation of the U.S. Japan expert.
Great, thanks, Masashi. Really excellent comment on the need to connect functional experts and regional experts. And as someone who's dedicated most of my career to Japan, I want to create the future Japan hands, Chinichiha, Japan experts. But in my experience here at CSIS, interacting with young people, I'm very encouraged by the number of students who are studying Asia as a region who want to learn more about Japan and want to become more expert on Japan. I think we need to encourage those people to become more involved as well. Thank you, Masashi, very much. Sayuri, how about you?
Yeah, sure. So I'm really glad that Adam brought up this problem. It's a crisis, and I agree with you, Adam. It is really concerning that in this community, we always talk about how Japan is our most important ally, bar none, as Ambassador Mansfield said, but then actually this is really a bubble of a community. And we have to realize that outside of that, people don't really talk about Japan enough. And this is just a thought, and it's not really, I don't have an answer, but I do wonder how much the pandemic has impacted this as well. Japan was closed for more than a couple of years, and this is anecdotal, but I do know of a number of students American students who wanted to go to Japan to study, and in the end, after the wait, they decided to shift to another major or another language. And it is really a shame. Of course, it was a global crisis, but at the same time, I do wonder how much of an impact that kind of gap has on the pipeline. Academia, yes, absolutely. And academia in general, I think, has a problem of not having enough jobs compared to the amount of PhDs we have. But also, I would like to draw your attention to the think tank world, the nonprofit in general. There are so many, you're right, Nick, there are a lot of passionate young people passionate about Japan, but a lot of the positions at think tanks, like entry-level positions, there's a constant churn, and it's because they're underpaid or unpaid, or there are few opportunities still. So I'd like to see a little more opportunities in that sector as well. And of course, if we go outside of DC, as Adam mentioned, there are none. So yeah, I'd like to see more investment for programs, also for programs that bring together Americans and Japanese students to talk about these important issues, like Masashi has talked about, the security issues. I care about security issues, but also like some soft security issues, public health, climate change, really all sorts of aspects. I think we really need to invest on all these programs, U.S. Japan programs. Foundations, the governments, of course, but foundations and the business community would be good to invest in those. And one last thing I'd like to mention is I would love to see more efforts in encouraging young women to enter the field, U.S. Japan field, security field. It's always lacking, and you know, there is definitely a generational issue. And now this last panel, we do have some women, but it would be good to encourage that kind of trend as well. So thank you.
Fantastic.
No answers there, but lots of problems.
No, lots of homework, including in the think tank community. So appreciate you raising those concerns. Shino, I'm very interested in your thoughts as someone who's educating the next generation in Japan. Please, we welcome any ideas you'd like to offer.
Yes, thank you very much. I wish I could give you a very optimistic story about the situation in Japan, but unfortunately, I have to share some information from the Japanese side. I'm teaching at Sophia University, and that's one of the most internationalized universities in Japan. And my department is international relations, basically, and also graduate school of international relations. But at this moment, the number of Japanese graduate students who apply for the program, good program of international relations, and also who enroll in the good program of international relations, declining dramatically. In contrast, we have seen so many Chinese students applying for our program, and they are accepted, partly because they are good, at the same time, partly because there are no Japanese students. So that's a situation, especially in one of the top, or maybe several top universities in Japan. So unfortunately, the situation at this moment is not promising. But I asked some students who are very brilliant, but they decided to go to companies immediately after graduating from college. Why not going to graduate school? And they said, well, it's very risky business if we decided to go to graduate school, because it takes so long to get a tenured position, and there are not so many vacancy positions available. So then I would rather first go to the company and then see the situation and then think about our future. That is the kind of situation, and I somewhat understand. So maybe one of the suggestions, at least on the Japanese side, is we have to create a kind of a good ecosystem of policy professionals in Japan. In other words, there are no, equivalent think tanks like CSIS something in Japan. Of course, there are a couple of excellent think tanks I used to have the opportunity to work at JIA. That's one of the best think tanks in Japan, but still totally different business model compared to the American think tanks in Japan. And also, in Japan, the most brilliant think tank would be the Japanese government in Kasumigaseki. And then, of course, Kasumigaseki is very important, but we could have something in addition to Kasumigaseki. So it's extremely difficult, but my suggestion would be try to build a good ecosystem of the policy makers or like a policy professional in this field and enhance exchanges between the public sector, private sector, academia, and so forth. That's a kind of a big challenge, but I wanted to stress. And one more thing. I also have opportunity to talk with many high school students who want to come to my university. But then I was shocked to see a skewed interest of high school students. Most of them said they are interested in international affairs. And I asked more, there are so many issues. The top two questions, the most popular issue is poverty reduction in developing countries. The second top issue is education in developing countries. I asked them why, and they said, our high school had a kind of study tour sending students to like a Philippines or Cambodia or many like developing countries near Japan, and that was their first exposure to international affairs. Then they got so much influence by looking at the situation on the ground. I totally understand that's a story, and that's important. At the same time, many people could have different interests. So maybe we have to seriously think about giving more opportunity to high school students as well as high school teachers. Maybe their mindset are a little bit older than what the current situation is. That's why they organized study tour in Cambodia, just showing like farms or like some villages, and they didn't talk to the extremely brilliant counterpart, young high school students who can speak English and other languages. No opportunities. That's another problem, I think. So going back to my recommendation, maybe we could spend more resources to kind of educate or give more opportunity to high school teachers as well. Sorry for my long explanation, but I'll stop here.
No, not at all. Authoritative and very helpful, as always. I would just add one quick thought before we open it up to comments and questions. I think we have to meet the next generation where they are, and that's online. So we need to figure out creative ways to use these devices to connect with young people and get them interested in international relations in the U.S. Japan Alliance. Under Chris Johnstone's leadership, we made a modest effort at CSIS. Earlier this year, we produced a digital report. You can see it on our website. It's called Alliance Online, the evolution of the U.S. Japan security partnership. Description of the history of the alliance. There's a database with important documents, but also interviews with Dr. Nye and other key figures in the relationship to try to capture some interest for students, not just in the U.S., but around the world. So a modest attempt, but I think we need to think a lot more expansively and creatively about how to reach these people, because we've all stated that they're out there, and it's just a process of continually stimulating them. So of course, you all offered a great range of issue areas where our two governments and issue experts need to think more seriously and coordinate more in the future. But in parallel, I think we also need to focus intently on the long term and making sure that we have another cadre of experts to carry this forward. So you've all been very patient. Thank you. We're near the end of our allotted time, but would certainly invite anyone to make a comment or ask a question of our distinguished panelists.
Thank you. I wouldn't miss the opportunity to say to all the participants how much I've enjoyed the day. We've covered a lot of ground, and how much I appreciate Adam's comment provoking this discussion. I mentioned earlier that I'm affiliated with COLCON, and under Ambassador Kato's leadership, we spent nearly a decade actually looking at this very issue. And so it's something that is important to me, but I do think should be important to all of us and does in fact fit perfectly in this conversation about the alliance, because it's the future of the alliance that's at stake. And so it's not only the fact that people are not pursuing the PhD program, but we're also losing a generation of Japanese language teachers. And that's something that many of us also care about. But the point that I want to make related to this discussion of the next generation, and also the comments earlier about public diplomacy, the importance of mutual respect and the trust that's built, I believe it's really important that we dedicate the resources that are required to make that investment. And so I'm sitting here at the table with Kojima-san, who's with the Japan Foundation, and the Japan Foundation's been generous over the years for a variety of reasons, supporting Abe fellowships, supporting a number of programs and initiatives such as this to make these conversations possible. But frankly, we, the Commission and the Japan Foundation, are working with really limited budgets. There are very few other grant-making philanthropic organizations that are doing this work. And so I think it's important for our governments and for the private sector to really take heart to this issue, because there's no shortage of American and Japanese youth who are interested in Japan and the United States. We know that. There's data to show it. The trouble is we don't have perhaps the sense of urgency, or we're not connecting the dots to the importance of this bilateral relationship to the region and to our global community. And once we communicate that, then we answer part of the question or issue that Ambassador Schiefer referenced earlier. Do Americans really understand the importance of this alliance? When COLCON was established in '61, that was the reason, the impetus for that, to raise that awareness. The same for the Commission. That's why there's a bilateral government agency dedicated to providing funding and support to make sure this alliance remains strong. But if we don't continue to tell that story, make that point, and make a commensurate investment, we will not be in this position 10 years from now. So sorry for preaching, but thank you for the opportunity.
Can I respond? Adam, go ahead. Thanks. Paige, thank you very much. I know we're aligned on this. I wanted to get in on the last round, but if you'll forgive the shameless plug, as some of you have already heard me make this before, but I published a piece in Japanese in Nikkei Shimbun in April, and I published a rough translation and expansion of it for an English audience on my website. You can just find it in the top left. And what I'm trying to do is identify some concrete ways, concrete steps that the community overall can invest in trying to reverse the tide. And just to pick up on a couple of things that Nick and Paige said, you know, the common theme, at least from an academic's perspective, the common theme is that universities are extremely unlikely to solve this problem on their own. So to Paige's point, there needs to be support from the outside. The good news, as I've told many people, is that Americans are extremely interested in Japan. They're extremely interested in the U.S. Japan relationship. Just to give one concrete example, in partnership with Sasakawa USA, last week I was able to host a mini conference on the U.S. Japan relationship. 106 students came. There's extraordinary interest. And what are some of the concrete outcomes from a conference like that? Oh, you hope 106 PhD applications will be written in the next 3 years, or they'll immediately sign up for the Foreign Service. But no, you have to start with little steps. And one of the takeaways I debriefed with my students afterwards, we had no idea Japan invests so much in Indiana. We had no idea there were so many Hoosier jobs that were supported by Japanese investment. It's little moments like that, a sequence of moments multiplied by 50 states, multiplied by however many hundreds or thousands of students, that's what leads to all of this. And so I think in additional financial support, it's not just to train the next generation of Japan hands. To Nick's very important point, it's also getting people interested in East Asia or Europe or generally China experts, Korea experts and the like, understanding why Japan is so important to that U.S.-China relationship conversation or to that U.S.-Europe relationship conversation. And from a professor's standpoint, some of the proudest moments I have are when a student, and this happened at Georgetown last year, I won't name her, a couple students come up and say, you know, we're focused on China. We're going to take Jeffrey Hornung's Japan class in the fall. that's powerful. And who knows what long-term impact that has. And I just want to create those opportunities for lots of students who are interested, but just don't, there's a demand, but there's not enough supply. So I think that's what we should all be focused on. And there are many, many manifestations of supply that we could think about. But unfortunately, from a university perspective, the universities themselves are not going to solve this problem. Thanks.
Thank you, Adam. My key takeaway is that we have to get out of Washington and get out of Tokyo and talk to more people. And we'll have to take that on. Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments and your contributions. Please join me in thanking. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll have concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
everyone. We've now come to the final act of what has been really a terrific day. Delighted to have Deputy Secretary Campbell with us. Kurt, is just to set the stage a little bit, we've had a really remarkable conversation today, starting with Ambassador Emanuel, a fireside chat with Ambassadors Kato and Armitage, 2 panels that explore various eras in U.S. Japan relations, a panel just now that looked forward on the future of our relationship. And I think one of the real themes here is the importance of people. The importance of people both at the leader level, also at the craftsman or gardener level of the alliance, public opinion, people-to-people ties, and the last panel had expressed some concern about the future of expertise on Japan and the United States in particular. But for the audience, right, I can think of no one who's a more important person in the history of this relationship, the recent history of this relationship, than Kurt Campbell, who's been intimately involved in all of the events that we have talked about here today. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense during the Clinton administration, Assistant Secretary during the Obama administration, the first Indo-Pacific coordinator, now Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, and of course other roles, founder of the Asia Group, creator of CNAS. So Kurt, a real honor to have you here today. I'll invite you to offer some thoughts about where we are in the relationship and what's next, and maybe we can take a question or two afterwards. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris, and also particular thanks to Dr. Hamre and to Umamoto-san for his support in making sure that this event came to pass. For those of you who were able to join us last night at dinner, it was a magnificent occasion. I want to thank Ambassador Yamada, Ambassador Yachi, Ambassador Schiefer, Kato Ryozo, our dean, and Rich Armitage. And so I just, for all of you who've played such an important role, just thank you very much. Sounds like you've gone through a lot of the important reminiscing. I thought I would spend a couple of minutes on talking about what I think are elements of a forward-looking agenda, many of which will be familiar to you, but hopefully you'll get a sense of some of the things that we're thinking about going forward. We are benefited by the fact that, you know, the Armitage Nye reports have assisted us in looking over the horizon, but also some recent experience gives us a sense of where our work needs to be as we go forward. So in no particular order, I'm going to run through several categories of things, and then I'll try to do this quickly, and then if people have questions or comments, I'm very much prepared to take those steps. So let me just say that probably at the core of what we're seeking are steps to institutionalize elements of not just U.S.-Japanese cooperation, but embedding Japan in all the initiatives that we think are of critical importance going forward. If you note, almost everything that we've done of significance of late, the Quad, the Trilateral, have involved as a foundational member Japan. We think that effort needs to continue, and so that at almost every level that we are working with Japan, both in informal gatherings and also those that are more official. We're also finding that part of this role of institutionalization means that not only do we consult in advance of critical venues like the G7, but increasingly when it comes to issues like Ukraine and Gaza, in which the discussions often took place between narrow groups in Europe, and sometimes Japan was not involved. Increasingly, the institutionalization that I'm talking about is not just regionally, but it is global and beyond the G7. These are of critical significance, and I believe they manifest themselves in much deeper sort of habits of cooperation that are forming across many venues of our government vehicles. I will also say that at the core of this is also a deep and fundamental commitment to the trilateral between the United States, Japan, and South Korea. And I would just point to our philosophical stance. There has been periods in the past where we have basically said, look, we want Japan and South Korea to get along, but we stand back from some of those details. I think since Camp David, we have made clear that we have ourselves an interest in that cooperation continuing. So we try to take initiatives to support this. We had a trilateral meeting yesterday or day before yesterday in Seoul. It was our 63rd major trilateral initiative since the conclusion of the trilat in Camp David. That's a remarkable number in less than a year, or in just over a year. The level of determination for us to work across every sector, intelligence, security, politics, and the like. But what that means is that both countries are going to have to get used to the United States speaking out more directly on things that are sometimes domestic in both countries, with our desire to see forward momentum and progress. And we want elements of each of our very strong bilateral relationships to increasingly take on some trilateral characteristics. We understand that that's challenging, but that's sort of the vision that we'd like to go. Second would be thinking about elements that this group, again, Armitage and I, have done remarkable work on, and as has Chris, on basically modernizing our alliance. And I won't go through this because I think these are well known. There are challenges here bureaucratically, but I do want to commend on something that was mentioned yesterday. Increasingly, when we sit down in meetings, it is not the United States raising ideas and initiatives and then Japanese friends responding. This is much more iterative. When we sit down, it is often Japanese friends who have very strong views about things that need to happen with respect to command structures or jointness and the like. This is extremely healthy, and we want this to continue. And so when we look at, if you look at some of the things that Prime Minister Ishiba has said in the past, at the core of that, of some of those recommendations and ideas, are the ideas associated with an equal partnership. And I will tell you that, at least my experience, it is much more interactive. And I will say that as the partnership evolves, it is not just Japan needing to take steps. It is the United States needing to change how we think about how we operate with Japan, how we engage together in consultations, and that effort is hugely significant. It means, frankly, we need much better protocols for information sharing. I recognize some of the legal challenges involved, but I will say the innovations that we've seen under Ambassador Emanuel, the work that we've been able to do behind the scenes, makes Japan in some ways a Five Eyes Plus member, and we want that to continue. Much more intelligence, information sharing, but not just the actual sharing of intelligence, but the working through the deep discussion about trends and dynamics, both in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. The work that's being done now is revolutionary on command and control, changing the nature of the U.S. command structures, the joint efforts that are being built in which Japanese and American officers and defense and foreign policy officials co-locate, sit, and work together, extraordinarily important. The ultimate goal, more jointness in our facilities, I think is a trajectory which we should embrace. If you look at those bases where the United States and Japan have been able to work together, it is those bases that enjoy the best community relations, that enjoy working together in terms of building the facilities and practices to modernize the alliance. And so I would say this is an arena that is very robust. It involves as much change in the United States as it does in Japan, but absolutely essential and necessary going forward. A third area, I'll just talk a little bit about defense. You will have mentioned this a lot. When I was just in Japan, I wouldn't have thought this possible just a few years ago. We are deeply involved now in discussions around co-production and co-development. We are facing urgent shortages of critical munitions. Urgent. And the truth is, the first countries that we've looked to support certain kinds of co-production arrangements are in Europe. We need to have a foundational partnership with Japan on a variety of things. I won't go through the specifics, but I will tell you that we are point by point going through the issues associated with exportability, issues on tech transfer and the like. I'm quite confident that this is an arena that we're going to make real progress on in the near term. But I will say that it will require a degree of urgency that our bureaucracies have not normally attacked these problems with. So one company that we're involved with as we look at a particular kind of defense system was basically laying out a calendar of what we could do over the next 7 to 10 years. That is wholly unacceptable. We need 7 to 10 months. That's the kind of agenda that we need to be able to make progress. That involves deep, high-level engagement with both of our governments, not just our defense ministries, but our White Houses, our national security councils in both countries, the Prime Minister's office, and deep engagement with American and other international defense firms, who I feel sometimes don't share the same urgencies that we do about restoring stockpiles, understanding critical shortages of munitions and defensive capabilities going forward. I also just want to put on the table, it is striking to me as we look at important initiatives like AUKUS and the like, Japan has some unique offerings in shipbuilding and the like, and I understand all the domestic prohibitions here. We need to find a way around some of this and be able to work with allies like Japan and South Korea to help support what is going to be an overwhelmingly maritime century for the remainder of the period ahead. And basically, if you look at our overall picture of shipbuilding, submarines, military craft, and civilian ships, it is wholly unsatisfactory. We need to do better and more, and we can do that with our partners in an appropriate way. Those dialogues are ongoing now with Japan and South Korea. Again, given all the inhibitions, but this is something that we want to consider as we go forward. Let me just say a few last things, then I'll open it up. What's been important also is the level of regional discussion that we've been able to engage with Japan. In the past, it has been narrow discussions about North Korea or perhaps China. Increasingly, those discussions have broadened and deepened on a range of issues. We have deeply engaged Japanese colleagues on the Middle East. They have given us outstanding counsel on the Global South. They have advantages in engaging in the Global South in ways that the United States does not have currently. We've also been able to work in ways in the past, I think, frankly, it wasn't that we were competitive, but just the incentives for cooperation were less. So the areas that I've seen that have been most pronounced are Southeast Asia and the South Pacific. Our engagement and cooperation there have been profound, and we've been able to align our engagements as we go forward. And institutions like the Quad give us venues for how we are each engaging a country like India. Increasingly, one of the things that we've seen, particularly under Prime Minister Kishida, is a extraordinarily robust global agenda on a variety of things, whether it's climate or critical minerals. And Japan's leading role has something that we benefit from enormously. That has to be continued in all our venues as we go forward. Let me just conclude with two last areas, Chris, if I can. So the hardest thing, and the one that we have to work diligently on and listen to Japanese friends, is around economics. Now, it's easy to go back over some, very challenging issues that we've faced on trade in the last little while, but I will simply say I do believe there's substantial avenues for increased U.S.-Japanese cooperation on critical minerals, on aligning our investment vehicles. JBIC and the DFC are unique institutions in supporting foundational infrastructure across the Pacific's underwater cables and the like. That should continue and advance. It is also clear to me that supply chain support integration between the United States and Japan is essential. It is building momentum now in technology. That must continue. I will say that increasingly the component that is critical in our bilateral relationship that was not understood just 4 or 5 years ago, technology is at the center of what we do and what we seek to do. What that requires, frankly, is some capacity building in both of our governments. At senior levels of our, government, there are only a handful of people that are able to understand, let alone make decisions. Sometimes they make decisions without understanding critical issues associated with AI, semiconductors, intelligence chips, and quantum. At the core of each of these major technology initiatives is the U.S. Japan relationship. And so those issues must continue. I actually think there's a more robust agenda on economics and commerce than sometimes we recognize. I think whoever comes to power as the next president and the next prime minister need to double down on recognizing that the U.S.-Japan relationship cannot be sustained simply on defense and security issues. It has to have a more robust commercial and economic counterpart. And when Japanese friends say to us that they expect an America that is open, engaging, optimistic, and committed on an economic and commercial side, we must take that as encouragement and not as somehow a criticism. And I fully support that overall view. Lastly, people to people. We've talked a lot about this. I'm thrilled the work that we've been able to do on the Mineta program. Our exchange programs, after going through a period of some malaise, are picking back up again. At every meeting I have with the business community, both American and Japanese, I urge those companies and those groups to step up their support for our people-to-people engagements, our opportunities to basically introduce our two peoples to one another. I will tell you that in the past, I can remember times where we would go to cherry blossom festivals with very few people there, and that's not the case now. Yamada-san, our last meetings that were held and the Cherry Blossom Festival attracted the largest group of visitors to Washington, D.C. of the last 5 years. That is a remarkable achievement, something that we can be proud of and that we want to build on as we go forward. So the only thing I would say, just in conclusion, as important as it was today and last night to basically reflect, to thank, to commemorate, and basically to look at what we've accomplished, it is going to be more important than anything else to sustain that momentum going forward. The reason I'm so grateful to CSIS and to Chris is that this is exactly the right time to do this, as we are on the cusp of a major set of people changing positions both in Tokyo and Washington. I am confident, though, as I said last night, I don't think the alliance has ever had this much bipartisan support, and our responsibility going forward is to ensure that many of these areas of common purpose continue into the future. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Kurt. And I should say that the event here today is really an initiative of Dr. Campbell, and we're grateful for that. So Kurt, certainly take your admonition on the economic side of the agenda. We had a robust discussion here about how central these issues related to technology, economic security, supply chains are to the alliance agenda going forward, and that we need to build new sort of structures to facilitate dialogue among us on those areas. You know, our 2+2 structure does not get at all the most important issues today. I think we have time for one question. I know that
I'll take a couple, and I know if there are questions or.
Okay, all right. Ken Moriyasu?
Thank you. Hi,
Introduce
Ken
yourself,
Moriyasu.
please.
Hi, from Nikkei Asia. I have two questions. One could you tell us a little bit about your recent visit to Japan, about the co-production? I think you talked about the AMRAAMs, the air-to-air missiles. What kind of time frame are you thinking about? When would you like to see the first Japan-made AMRAAMs? Did you discuss, for instance, if the company has to invest more to increase capacity, increase lines. Will the American government pay for that increase? Second question, you talked about AUKUS and shipbuilding. We were told that Japan's involvement was on Pillar 2 of AUKUS. That sounds a little bit like Pillar 1. Could you tell us how shipbuilding and AUKUS will be involved?
Try to do tactic.
Yeah, so first of all, I would just differentiate shipbuilding from AUKUS. I think there's a major possibility of things going forward. There are a lot of issues about Japanese investment in the United States. I will leave that aside. That would be the hope going forward. I think in relation to AUKUS, I think the idea is that at some point, Japan would be a potential partner in the Track 2 or the Pillar 2 areas of consideration. Those have to do with certain kinds of undersea capabilities, cyber-related initiatives. There are a variety of opportunities. I will say that we are in very close, constant interaction with Japanese colleagues about the way forward. No fundamental decisions have been made in AUKUS, but I think on principle, all three countries, the United States, Australia, and Great Britain, recognize that there will come a time that we will look very favorably at partners, and frankly, Japan is first on that list as we go forward. On the first question about specifics, I think what I can tell you is that we are in deep consultations with companies, including Raytheon, and also with the Japanese government about the potential way forward. There are some specifics here that involve non-recurring investments, i.e. investments in manufacturing at the outset. Those are actively being engaged. It is also the case that there are a number of other things that have to be looked at, which involve specifics of Japanese policy, our technology release. I will tell you that we are attacking these problems with an urgency. This, in many respects, is a test case, and so we will need to work on a lot of challenging issues that have never been done before. But I will say, I do want to say this clearly. The meeting that I had with the MOD Vice Minister was one of the most impressive engagements. I saw determination, I saw ambition, I saw commitment as a partner, and all I can tell you is that we're on a good track here.
Last question, please. Going once, going twice. Okay, great. Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Kurt.